Ask people to take their seats, please, and we'll get the meeting underway. We've got a number of people on Zoom this morning. I think this might be everybody that we're expecting in the room. All right, so we'll open the meeting. Whakatakite hau ki te uru. Whakatakite hau ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta. Kia mātaratara ki tai. E hiake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu. Tihei mori ora. So good morning and welcome to our council meeting for today, the 7th of July. I'll start with some apologies. I've got an apology for partial absence from Councillor Goff. And then I'm also noting that we've got the Mayor and Councillors Galloway, Cotter, Goff, Donovan and Chu joining us remotely on the audio-visual link this morning as well. So I'm happy to move the apology. Jimmy Chen will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Declarations of interest. There are no declarations of interest recorded at this time, but if anything comes up during the meeting, let's make sure to note that at the time as it becomes apparent. Item 3, public participation. We've got one public forum item this morning. 5 minutes public forum from Genevieve Robinson, who will present regarding the drone project being implemented as part of SailGP next year. So, Genevieve, just checking that we've got you online and you can hear and see us.
Absolutely, I can.
Great, all right. So thanks for joining us this morning. You've got 5 minutes to make your public forum presentation to Council. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and hello from Dunedin, where I'm currently staying. So initially, I was actually quite shocked to hear that the council had granted $50,000 to this project. And my talk today is basically just going through the reasons as to why that is the case. So on November the 16th, 2019, World Wildlife Fund New Zealand, or WWF, announced an innovation project with Maui 63 to help save the Maui dolphin, with a now estimated 53 individuals remaining. Well, in a media release, WWF requested assistance from the public and others in raising the funds necessary to develop and operating a drone project which was unproven, to the amount of $420,000, and it had to be raised by the end of 2020. Well, during an interview with the CEO of Maui 63 in October of 2021, Tane van der Boom stated, MPI gave their group $420,000, with the majority of these funds filtered through WWF. Sanford Fisheries gave $40,000. Moana Fisheries gave $20,000. No matter how this is looked at, analysed or questioned, the funds used to develop this project was paid for in full by fisheries, the very industry pushing Maui and hectares to extinction. So now let's shed a bit more light on this. Why would fisheries harness this opportunity to save a dolphin species when focusing on fishing methodology could do this overnight? To try and resurrect a whiff of international credibility, that's why. So during my interview with Tane from Maui 63, he openly admitted their group had probed Fisheries New Zealand in the wake of some serious international scrutiny and pending legal action against New Zealand fisheries. In 2020, Sea Shepherd Legal, a US arm of Sea Shepherd, announced its case against the US Department of Commerce, Department of Homeland Security, then NOAA Fisheries Group, and the Treasury Department of the US. It was due to failures of legal mandates to ban imports from New Zealand fisheries that were clearly driving Maui to extinction. Maui 63 admittedly in this interview of October last year said this was a chance to obtain the required funds needed. And it was a means of fisheries to redeem itself with a very clear PR public campaign, along with Moana and Sanford. Now, the science of aerial surveying is also flawed. Recent surveys of the populations of the Hector's dolphins shows 15,000, whereas independent research shows 9.5. That's a clear difference. So this is where we need to discuss SailGP and the role Maui 63 has in pre-race mitigation measures for Hector's dolphins. In a statement from City Council and Christchurch, New Zealand, the Maui 63 cannot identify Hector's dolphins underwater. However, this review is about learning further about the behaviours of Hector's. Trialling the Maui 63 drone allowed us to look at what could potentially be seen in pre-race periods to assist in monitoring and tracking dolphins. Well, I put this towards Professor Elizabeth Sluton, who's been covering the Hector's dolphins for 38 years. She did a PhD on them and is a professor in them. She says this type of technology in aiding and spotting dolphins pre-race or mid-race was totally questionable. The problem is dolphins are only visible at the surface for about half of the time they're there. So they miss half of them every single time they use the drone. If the drone can only see 10% of the sailing area at any one time, then that's 5% of the dolphins. In March, there's around 20 to 30 dolphins in the Littleton harbour at any one time. Picking 5% of that population is extremely risky. So my statement for today is I and many others feel very uneasy knowing that this city has granted $50,000 to Maui 63 in a partnership with WWF and the Department of Conservation, and the concept is lacking in both moral and credibility and totally unproven means of mitigation. That is my talk.
Thank you. And that's taken us to just beyond the 5 minutes set aside. But thank you for presenting that this morning. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we now move to the next item, deputations by appointment. And I'd invite Michael Long on behalf of the Opawaho Hifka River Network to the table. And this is relating to item 9, the Opawaho Lower Hifka Guidance Plan. So, Malcolm, thanks for joining us this morning. And you've got 10 minutes to speak to us on this matter. And if you wanted to allow time within the 10 minutes for questions, obviously you could do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name's Malcolm Long, representing OHRN. And I'm sure councillors will be delighted to get to item 9 on the agenda, an easy win. And it's probably rare, I would say, that the community brings to the council such a high-level plan, an integrated plan, that ticks so many of the boxes that the council has to tick at this time. It, for a start, is a positive community voice. Created by the community for the council to use. It's in some ways an exemplar process that's been gone through here, perhaps even a starting point for participatory governance processes, which is a new way of developing plans where the community creates the plan, hands it on to the council to implement. This plan also recognises that the Opawaho Hifka River is a taonga of the city. As the Mayor has said, a jewel in the crown. And at this time when water is so important, it's celebrating the river. It's also highlighting a commitment to the principles of Te Mana o Te Wai. And in the environmental area, this is obviously an important thing. It's also showing an understanding and an acknowledgement of the principles of Mahana Kai, how the environment and the people and the river together are mutually enhancing. What we do for the river improves things for the environment and for the people. What we do for the environment improves it for the people and the river. This plan also has a novel organising structure, the cultural and framework, and we've found this a very useful thing, and we would encourage the council to consider using it in other planning. It's a very useful way of looking at the whole in parts. This plan also demonstrates some really good joined up thinking by community groups on the ground who have the inside knowledge and some of the expertise to know how these things fit together. And this plan also allows for reduced wastage and reduced wasted effort by the council in its implementation of its own planning through better coordination and integration of all the actions, saving money along the way. And saving money has never been more important. And also, this plan creates environment restoration gains to assist with water quality and biodiversity and recreational use of the river. And it also addresses peripherally climate change and adaptation to that. And it also comes with some pretty pictures to help with the big words as well. So all the council has to do really is two things. Respect the community voice that's produced this document and help implement it. And there are three ways of doing that. The first way is today, it would be great if the council could not just receive this information, but to endorse it, to show some respect for the community voice that's produced such a useful document. The second thing the council could do would be to encourage the chief executive to appoint a small group of high-level staff, perhaps from Parks, Three Waters, Heritage, Transport, to look at the annual plan and see what immediately could be reprioritised or changed or included to start to implement this plan. And then to further, and perhaps more importantly, identify things in the long-term plan that could be reprioritised, changed, included to implement this plan. And the third thing that we'd encourage you to do is to recommend to the Waihoro Spraden Kashmir Community Board that in their planning for their next term, they would continue this exercise of a guidance plan for the rest of the river, so that the whole of the river is covered by a guidance plan. We'd like to thank the Waikoura Community Board for facilitating and achieving what we think is an excellent piece of community action, and we recommend that you endorse it.
Thank you for the presentation. That has left some time for questions, if indeed there are any questions. No questions, just checking with the people online. No questions. All right, thanks very much indeed for a very clear presentation and for your support of the work. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. All right, so that now takes us to item 4, presentation of petitions. There are none. And item 32, supplementary reports. So we've got a resolution to include item 33 in the meeting, the draft submission on the Water Services Entities Bill. I'm happy to move that. Melanie will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. And then we come to a number of sets of minutes. So items 5, 6, 7 and 16 are minutes from Council, from the annual plan, and from the Audit and Risk Management Committee. Again, I'm happy to move those. Aaron will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. So now we come to item 8, the monthly reports from the community boards, where we welcome our community board chairs to give updates and answer any questions. So starting this time with Mike Mora from the Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board. Mike, good morning. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to hearing what's happening in your part of the city.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Andrew and councillors. Gives us great pleasure to present our our board report to you today. There is a lot happening in our area, as we all know, with the development that's going on there is absolutely massive. So we're very pleased with the cooperation that we're getting from the council on this, but there's still quite a lot of work to do to get the services up and running. But we've made those submissions through the annual plan process as well, which you're well aware of, so I won't dwell on that. Decisions made under delegations, we've had the discretionary response funds. They're all there for you to see in our report, so it gives us great pleasure to make funds available to those organisations that keep our community as a community. Without those organisations, we would lose a lot of that, so we're very pleased with that. And the revitalisation of the Sockburn assets, so that's something that we'd really have got a very, very close eye on. There's work to be done with the Sockburn Park, and we're also wanting to really see the development of the old Sockburn Service Centre site get underway. We're still a bit unsure about what's going to be there, so we'd like an update on that to our community board as soon as we can. So. And that development and improvement of recreational spaces in Hallsville as well, which is accessible play equipment and, you know, all those sort of things. But chain supply issues have been a bit of an issue as well, not only for everybody in Aotearoa and New Zealand, may I add. Harrington Park safety meeting, that was something that we've organised and had good feedback on, so we're just in the process of implementing some of the outcomes of that. Branston Park opening, it was great to go down and spend some time with the people in that area, and certainly brightened up that the basketball area there. And it's really great to see those assets in our community. I think every board that's got those basketball areas just see the constant use of those, so it's a really good thing. Once you've got them in place, the use will come, and it's, you know, it gives me great pleasure when I see those facilities being used. And the the unveiling of the pavilion at Hallsville Quarry has taken place too, so that was a great event for the Korean War veterans. And just want to say what a great asset Hallsville Quarry is to the people of Christchurch, and it's just a place that that people need to visit regularly. But just make sure that you haven't got anything in your car that's visible, because there has been a bit of issues around security in that area that our board are working on. Kyle Park tunnel clean-up, that's the tunnel that we've got under the railway lines across Kyle Park to the Hornby Hub, and that work's been done, so we appreciate that. And we've had some engagement about the Waikola Park skate park. We've got the youth hangout and stuff there now in a new facility, or one that's being upgraded now. So we just want to, there was a lot more in that skate park when it was first built. There was, a wooden platform that people could go up and then come down. But anyway, that got damaged by fire. So we've had a meeting with the young people in the barbecue to see what it is they want in that area. So we're just wanting to revitalise that area, because there's a lot of young people from the schools and stuff that are in that area. Just by Hornby High and Hornby Primary School, and we got some Bernadette's and Gilberthorpe School as well. So there's a lot of need for that facility upgrade. And yes, is there any questions? Really, that's where we're at.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions? Jimmy, you've got a question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because based on written the information you have. Highlight the proposed private change 10, the Madeline example.
Yes.
My understanding, during the submission time period, the committee board post the kind of the pretended one. But after that, they have 2 times the discussion, etc. Whether today, because on council the meeting agenda on item 19, they have officer report as well as the commissioner recommendation. Whether community board now support this one.
We're happy that our submission, even though we didn't appear, our submission was noted, and there's been some recommendations come out of that we're comfortable with. So really, our submission was about the process more than anything, moving away from the exemplar. And we can understand it was because the exemplar wasn't actually fitting the needs. The sales were dropping off because people wanted to be able to have some flexibility, and the plan changes allowed that. So, yeah.
So are you now comfortable with the is the board now comfortable with the recommendation that's in front of us today?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, nothing further? All right, no, so we'll move all of the reports at the end. That's fine. All right, Mike, look, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning and for the update from your area. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, team.
All right, so next we come to the Waikoura, Linwood Central Hifka Community Board area and Chair Alexandra Davids. Alex, thanks for joining us this morning. Looking forward to your presentation today.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome.
And I have Matt with me today. Thank you for being the clicker, Matt.
That's all right.
Okay, so to make a start, thanks so much for having us here this morning. We have a couple of Part A's coming to Council today. So I'm going to briefly discuss our first Part A, and that is the Opawaho Lower Heathcote River Guidance Plan. So we are bringing this to Council for endorsement today, and I want to say a massive thank you to Malcolm Long for your deputation today, and also to the team that have joined him here this morning. So I can't really say anything more than what Malcolm has said because he's covered it really, really well. And I will also present this during our Part A time. But I really want to make a massive emphasis on saying thank you so much to the team behind me and everybody that has been involved in bringing this plan together. There's been a lot of hours that have gone in voluntary, but also a lot of staff time as well, pulling it all together. I want to say a massive thank you to Yanni, who has put a lot of work in behind the scenes, and this has been something that he's been advocating for a very long time. So thank you, Yanni, for allowing this to take shape, and we're really looking forward to the endorsement, so this can be something that is used by a lot of other different groups around the city in different river catchment areas.
Now, Alex, I've just got a note put in front of me here that there are some technical issues with the presentation.
Oh.
So it might be that you'll just need to speak without slides,
That's
unfortunately.
cool. I feel like this happens to me all the time at the moment, so that's cool. So everybody just use your imagination, just like last time. Okay, so I wanted to bring up a request that we had at our last community board meeting, and that was for lights at Po Toi Toi basketball court. So we have already spoken about this as a board, and we felt that it would be something that would actually bring the community together a lot more and increase the use of those courts for our community. But we actually had 2 public forums at our last meeting discussing that. So we had Milan, who is a student from Bromley Primary School, and we also had Sarah, who is from Strengthening Linwood Youth Hub, come and present to us. Milan was representing rangatahi from the wider Linwood area, and he brought up some really good points around safety for children, obviously in the evening, and also that is an area where children are picked up from after league as well. It's a really great area for parents to be picking their children up from, so it's not just about playing basketball. He talked about no limit to participation. A lot of people can't use the courts during the day, so nighttime is a better time for them. He also spoke about the breaking of social isolation that we've obviously seen through COVID as well. And this was a very young man that was presenting, and he brought up some amazing points. So we just, as a board, we want to look at getting lights installed there. So this will be something that we will probably come back to council with at some stage. We will come back to council with, but we are seeking staff advice on that. I know in Hoonhay, they've had a similar installation and they've had really positive results from that. So I'm just here advocating for that for our community today. Our second part A today is around the slow speed neighbourhoods in Apawa. And this has been a project with a lot of work behind it, and we just want to say a massive thank you to staff for all of that. This community has been asking for a lot of safety mitigations for a very long time, and we've pushed to get those through, but this has been a really fantastic way to actually see some positive results for this community. The board also took the opportunity to look at connecting streets that would also benefit from being lower in speed, and we have made those amendments with support from the affected community. So we would really appreciate those recommendations being accepted by the council today. And the deputations we had also brought up some other issues that are not addressed by the proposed work. So the board have requested further staff advice around parking, maintenance and safety issues. So we'll be back at a later date with a follow-up on that. And then just to finish off, we have stuff working again. How good. And just to finish off, I just wanted to bring up the wastewater treatment plant. So we've had another communications meeting involving the community. We've got some really fantastic people on that group. They're advocating very strongly for their community. So I want everybody in Bromley to know that their voices are being heard, and the people that are on that group are doing a fantastic job for you on behalf of yourselves. And I just wanted to say that one of the main themes that came from that was obviously the health aspect again, but really focusing on the fact that a lot of people in these communities, as I'm sure you've heard about before, they just can't afford to go to the doctor. You've got some really large families, and every time you're going, it just costs so much. And also there's a lack of understanding about how to access mental health support as well. So we'll be looking at ways that we can help with communications around that as a group. And just to advertise it tonight, there will be another meeting with the community at 7 p.m. at South Brighton Community Centre.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Aaron.
Yeah, with the basketball court, sounds good, and I'm picking they'll be motion censored and going for a certain amount of time, so they're not on all night. And every time someone turns up, they come alive. But the wouldn't you just use your board discretionary?
If we have enough, then we could look into that. Yep.
Yeah. I think you'd best ask a local electrician just for a straight out price rather than doing it through the whole council system, because that adds a couple of zeros, and just get a price and see if your thing can cover it.
Okay, we'll
Because
do
if
that,
you're
Aaron.
getting put around a house or a business, it's only thousands, it's not hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
that.
Great.
And Andrew, I will just come and give you a copy of our guidance.
All right, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, give you 20 minutes. Yeah, the kids just keep pushing the button.
Great. Thanks very much indeed. All right, thank you. So, Alex, thanks for the presentation, and good to hear from your community board. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have online, in fact, Emma Norrish, the chair of the Waipapa, Papanui Innis Community Board. Emma, your presentation, please.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm just going to give you a quick rundown on some happenings around our area over the past month. So first slide, here's what happened in our June meeting. We had plenty of public participation as well as some funding decisions. You'll see there that we've granted $10,000 from our discretionary fund for the activation of Shirley Community Reserve. That's to get some events happening at the reserve over the warmer months, and our staff are working with locals from the community on those plans. We have one Part A coming to you today. That's the Papanui Slow Speed Neighbourhood. And the only thing I would like to mention on that is that you'll see our community board recommendation differs slightly to the original staff one. We've recommended extending the 40 kilometre an hour zone slightly on Rutland Street, extending the St Joseph's School variable speed limit around the corner onto Main North Road, and also bringing the stretch of Sawyer's Arms Road alongside Papanui Domain down to 30 kilometres an hour. And we made those changes due to deputations that we heard at the meeting, and so we hope you'll follow our recommendation on that. Next slide, please. So here are the details of other reports we've received, including our area report for June, which covered a number of local issues which the board is keeping tabs on. One issue which we have had brought to our attention around the Papanui area is the number of abandoned shopping trolleys being left around the area. So we're working with local businesses on that. Next slide, please. The opening of the new Avon Hub was held at the end of May, and it was a great celebration for the local community. So this is the old Shirley Boys High School gym, which has been given a new lease of life and will be managed by the Eastern Community Sport and Recreation. It has a full-size basketball court, meeting room and offices, as well as outdoor hockey or futsal turf. And you'll see from the list of users that are already signed up to use the facility that it's going to be very well used, and also being situated right in between Shirley Intermediate and the new Pareawa Banks Ave School. It will be a real hub for the community. Next slide. So these are the recently refurbished Rose Garden gates at St James Park in Papanui. St James Park, it's a bit of a hidden gem tucked away in the middle of Papanui off Herwood Road. There's a lot of history around it, so it's really great to see these historical gates being maintained. The ones on St James Ave are also going to be done as well. And then finally, next slide. We're running our Community Service Awards this year, and instead of holding an event and having people come to us, we're getting out and about and presenting the awards to these amazing volunteers in their own spaces and surrounded by their peers, and it's going really well. It's great to be able to recognise and acknowledge the mahi that these amazing people are doing in our communities. So there's a few photos here to share. These ones here of Natalie Sisson, who volunteers with the Papanui Community Toy Library and also Meals on Wheels. And if we go to the next slide, there's a couple more. On the left there, we have Andrea Tish, who gives a heap of her time to Delta Community Support Trust. In the middle is Mel Patterson, who is key to the running of the Christchurch Vegan Society. And on the right there is Gaynor Jones, who makes a real difference in the lives of older people through her work with Age Concern. So it's great to be able to present those to those recipients. And that's us for today.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. So you have left some time for questions, if indeed there are any. Tim.
I just think it's a brilliant idea to go out to visit the people, the recipients, and give it to them at their place. So because we've been wondering about how to do that, and that's a brilliant way to go. So well done.
Thanks. Yeah, the recipients really enjoy it.
Great, thank you. Not seeing anybody else signalling questions, just checking with the people online. All good. All right, Emma, thank you very much indeed for the presentation this morning, and really good to hear all of the positive stuff that's happening in your part of town. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we come to the Waikoura Spraden Cashmere Community Board and Chairperson Carolyn Potter. So Carolyn, thank you for joining us. Good to have you with us. And looking forward to hearing from you this morning as well.
For I start, I just want to, kia ora everybody, I just want to mention again the people behind me from the OHRN. They're a huge influence in our area, and they are the most impeccably, extraordinarily well-organised, strategic and educated crowd. They did, just for instance, most recently, they did 2 days on the Treaty of Waitangi, but they had their annual general meeting in our beloved library last week, and we there were several of us there, and it was more an occasion of joy, really. The people, the hard work that's done between all of the members of the OHRN are an asset in our neighbourhood, and I'm not exaggerating. To start, decisions made under delegation, as you can see them there. The one I wanted to mention was the staff were extraordinarily ingenious in attaching Hunter Terrace next to our library to the Opawa slow speed zone. So all of a sudden, Hunter Terrace was in Opawa, but it was to give Hunter Terrace a slow speed in that area and get it done, because the road is now cut off and is no longer a road up the end of it. And in the other area, it's much better having it as a slow speed. And we appreciated the staff's attention to it. The board heard a public forum presentation from the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association, who are another group in our area who are extraordinarily active. And we had a joint briefing with Waikoura, Linwood Central, on the Opawaho Hifka River flood mitigation methods from the drainage guys, which was excellent as well. We approved the design for pedestrian improvements on the busy intersection of Haxthorn and Cashmere roads. This intersection we would have probably rather had a bigger change to this intersection, because it is dangerous for people to cross. Mind you, I think dangerous is sometimes a benefit because people take extra care. But we are putting bus lanes through there, and the staff were not keen on doing something that may well have had to have been changed. And we understood that in the end. And we're pleased at the attention that they gave it, and the fact that we sent it back more than once and they came back to us again means that staff have worked very hard on it, and we thank them. We had a public meeting and a meeting of staff, etc. on the, I didn't know that photograph was going in, on information about the South Library rebuild. We had a very positive day with the meeting in the morning with staff, which the librarians probably were the greatest number, and the rest of us. And then we had a presentation in the afternoon from Brent and his colleagues. It was excellent work by staff, and they were working under pressure. They're working on a building which is much loved in the community. We had presentations from the community asking us for the library to be rebuilt on another site, leaving their library intact so that they could continue to use it. That's how much they feel as though they can't do without it. The whole day was very positive, and the staff had done an enormous amount of work and research to present to a community that could well have been cynical about it and weren't. It was standing room only, and I think that there was only praise to be had of council staff in the presentation. Yeah. And the Tamariki are painting the walls on the toilets at the Somerset Reserve near Selwyn Village. This is a project undertaken by Takura, Addington, Taumata, Addington School and the Crossover Trust. And finally, as a dog owner, I'm very pleased the council's changed to metal tags. I would like them to have been permanent in terms of the registration, so that it just needed to be pinged by a computer every year. But it was excellent to have the metal tags, not those plastic things lying around. And thank you for that.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Now you have left time for questions if there are questions. Tim.
Yeah, just following on from what Carolyn said about the meetings with the South Library, they were so positive, and I turned up at the evening one expecting 2 or 3 people to be there in the negative, But I guess it's how to put this. Some people are keyboard warriors and they just bring stuff up. But that room was full of people who were concerned, but they were informed and they wanted to express their concerns. They were met by staff, and it was actually incredibly positive. It was wonderful. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say to people, just don't read too much into some of the keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Just checking that none of the people online have got questions. All good. All right, Carolyn, thanks very much indeed for the presentation. Really good to have you with us. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next the Te Pātaka Ōrākai Hotu Banks Peninsula Community Board and Chairperson Tori Peden. Tori, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morena. So first, under our decisions made out of delegation, we approved several grants from our discretionary response fund focused on Littleton, which was great outcomes. The board has also made several decisions around the leasing of the Red House and Takapunaki Reserve. We made a Part A recommendation that Council agree to depart from policy and deal unilaterally sorry, it's early in the morning, with the proposed tenant. This person has experience working with historic sites, mana whenua on the peninsula, and maintaining amenity gardens. We also authorised staff to carry out public consultation for the granting of the lease, and should no objections arise during the consultation period, we've agreed to approve the granting of the lease to the proposed tenant. Alternatively, a hearing panel would be convened to address any objections raised. The board has also conditionally approved the Diamond Harbour Medical Centre's building extension plans, which will improve the health services available to the community. As part of the plan extension, the board has also approved the removal of 2 trees to accommodate the design. The approval provided for the planting of 4 replacement trees to mitigate the removal of these 2 mature gum trees. We understand that the approved facilities will be a welcomed addition to the Diamond Harbour community and are happy to support these plans. Finally, the board was happy to approve the recommendation to implement the Littleton pedestrian improvement projects, which will see add new zebra crossings and curb build-outs around Littleton main streets. The community was largely in support of these changes, and as a board we believe they will help improve pedestrian safety around one of Littleton's busiest streets. In March 2021, the board raised an issue of an open drain in the main road in Little River and requested staff to take a proposal to Waikoura to consider a 50-50 cost share arrangement to the pipe and cover the drain. The board is pleased to share that Waikoura agreed to the cost sharing arrangement and has completed design, which is almost ready to go out to tender. The Little River community has long been asking for the open drain to be covered and are very pleased that the partnership between Waikoura and Council will see this job finally done. The Norman Kirk Memorial Pool is a cherished community asset that provides users of all ages with many opportunities to enjoy swimming, exercise and playing. Over the last 3 seasons, staff and the community organisations have worked together to implement a variety of initiatives that activate the space, including funding 8 full memberships funded by Project Littleton and 4 by the Rec and Sports team, distributing 100 casual swimming passes across several organisations, such as the Strength and Balance class, and the re-established youth groups. Weekend openings for casual users through February, which the board is happy to support through a grant, and offering a hydrosize class in partnership with Sport Canterbury that target older adults. That picture is of Sky, the tutor, in action. Organising pool parties for the Littleton youth groups and the Littleton Sea Scouts. Given the challenges of our communities have faced over the last couple of years, it is wonderful to see the continued dedication, investment and support for this treasured community asset. No doubt everyone is looking forward to upcoming summer season and all the fun that waits when obviously the temperatures warm up a little. And lastly, this has been a big project for our board. Over the past few months, council staff have been working to revise the existing Reserve Management Committee terms of reference, which have been in effect since 2019. New terms of reference needed to reflect changes to Local Government Act, the Council's Delegations Register, and to better adhere to the spirit of the Te Tii o Waitangi. Our board has 15 Reserve Management Committees, each with unique footprints, and which are located across 13 communities, including 4 Papatipu Runanga, and are supported by numerous council units, including parks, facilities, rec and sport, and community governance, amongst others. It goes without saying that this is a big undertaking and a challenging project for all to be involved. Staff have been workshopping the draft terms of reference with the committees and engaging with the local runanga. They've been sharing and seeking feedback from other areas of council to address questions, identify opportunities, and problem solve. As the process continues to progress, the focus remains on partnership. These committees do so much for our reserves, and the board continues to look for ways to support their efforts. We anticipate the revised terms of reference coming to the board for consideration in August, and to all those council staff who have been involved in the last few months, we thank you sincerely for your efforts. And that is us.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions? Aaron.
Sorry, just quickly, the pedestrian crossings in Littleton, congratulations. I think they're the first I've seen in more than a decade going anywhere. How did you get them in? Because I thought the council had a non-pedestrian crossing policy.
This is in conjunction with the safety schools. So
Right.
the main one that's going in there is outside the Littleton school. So it's to help the children get to school safely. So having build-ups. One of the good outcomes from it is it's increasing the parking by 1 to 2 extra parks in Littleton, which is huge for Littleton, as you can imagine. But it is to do with the safety to schools project.
Oh, excellent. Congratulations.
Great. Thank you very much. And Tori, thanks very much indeed for joining us in your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next community board up is Waitai, Coastal Burwood Community Board, and Chairperson Kelly Barber. Kelly, good morning. Good to have you with us. Looking forward to hearing what's happening in your part of town.
Good morning, councillors. I'm joined today by our long-suffering governance manager, Chris Turner, again. Down to the serious business of local government. So a few decisions made under delegations. Obviously the granting of leases and the approval of parking restrictions on Travis Road. The real joy in our role is the allocation of funding to various individuals and groups in our community. So you can see a list there. I want to highlight particularly the bottom 3, Parklands United Sports Club, who got some new cricket nets, and the Brooklands Community Action Plan. So this is an area of long-suffering neglect, but our local staff have done a great job in re-engaging with the community out there, and so we put some funding behind those continued initiatives. And the Levita Youth Trust, another great group who are doing important work with the youth in our community. Right, moving right along. So a couple of things to highlight. Now, Emma from Papanui has already talked about the Avon Hub, which we also have an interest in. It's right on the boundary of our 2 wards. So a few of us went down there too. This is on the old Shirley Boys site, which is near the Palms Mall. And so Eastern Sports are wrangling this fantastic new facility. There's a number of groups, well, quite a list of groups that are going to be using the facility. So it's going to become a real kind of community hub. And the other, while I'm on Emma and the Papanui Innes Board, I'd like to mention the fact that Waitai Coastal Board would like to exert our copyright on taking community wards out to the public. We've been doing that for some time, and just wanted to acknowledge that, and hopefully they will too.
I ran a meeting in Sumner 6 years ago. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll pay deference to you then. So moving right along, another very positive thing was the opening of Te Waka Aroa, which is St Faith's Church, right in the heart of New Brighton. It's on the corner of Shore Ave and Hawke Street. It's a stunning stone church. It was first built in 1886, and it was made of wood then. And then in 1924-25, the existing church was built in stone. It suffered badly at the hand of the earthquakes, and the community has been working really hard, the local Anglican community and the wider community, to restore that significant historic building to its former glory. And on the Saturday, 28th of May, it was reopened officially. This is the parish of former councillor David Close, who's well known to many people, a great chap, and they were very happy to see that open again. So moving along to Donald's Cabins opening. So the New Brighton Community Gardens recently saw the opening of Donald's Cabin. It's named after Donald Gibson, who's a local artist, a sculptor, who happens to be both deaf and blind. So he needed to relocate from the old New Brighton School building, which some of you would be aware has recently been demolished, and where 74 new homes are going up right in the heart of New Brighton. So a positive thing there. The positivity around this is that the staff at the New Brighton Community Gardens really wanted to see Donald kept in the community somewhere close, and so they rallied together to secure funding. I think they got a lotto grant, and they built over a number of weekends a new kit set cabin for him to continue his artwork. I read somewhere that another well-known sculptor in the region said that the highlight of his career recently was actually working with Donald. So here's a man who has impact in the community, and obviously they support and appreciate him. So Brooklands I've talked about before. There was recently a planting day held on the 28th of May along the riverbank in Earlham Street, Lower Styx Road. Staff from Trust and a handful of volunteers from Brooklands came down. We seem to be having plantings. It is the season for them at the moment. It's a really positive thing for people to get involved in our community. We've had a few big ones recently. The press one last weekend had some 400 people. It was oversubscribed actually, and in 2.5 hours planted 5,000 plants, which is amazing. So thank you for that. So second last item, the Matariki night market occurred on the 18th of June, which was in Carnaby Lane. So Carnaby Lane is a north-south lane in New Brighton. I guess it's a little foreshadow of things to come in New Brighton. It's an area which is protected by the wind, and a number of businesses operate there. Locals gather for various events. This event had 35 stalls, and the Rafidi School Kapahaka group opened the event with a performance, which you'll see a very brief video of shortly. Another great occasion for the people of New Brighton. It really feels like the suburb is starting to come back in a big way. There's so much development, so much positivity going on. And of course, this Saturday we have the big winter fireworks spectacular. There'll be a lot of people in New Brighton for that, which is always a really good opportunity for civil defence to observe the exiting from the event. Anyway, we'll show you that video. Probably. Wonderful. So that's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. No questions? Kelly, thanks very much indeed for the presentation.
Thank
That's
you.
great. Thank you. All right, and then finally, last but not least, we've got Bridget Williams from the Waimaro Fendleton Waimari Harewood Community Board. Bridget, welcome to the table. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you. I've also got Marianne as well. Is that okay if I take this mask off?
Of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. Excellent. So, first thing that we'll take you through today is the decisions made under delegation. So there was the approval of no stopping restrictions. There's a Part A, the slow speed neighbourhood, and Papanui, our board went with the staff recommendations, similar to what Emma Norris had stated before. Also approved new road names and the approval of discretionary response fund to the Burnside Bowling Club. We also approved 2 youth development grant funds, and we held a joint community board meeting with the Waipuna, Horswell, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board just recently. So moving on to the next item, we had the 3rd workshop of the speaker series took place on Thursday, the 9th of June. It was called Staying Safe Online, and it was a Zoom session delivered by NetSafe, and 150 people turned up to the St. Christopher's Church to watch the session. There was also another 20 online connections to the session, which included smaller groups watching together. So the workshop topics included privacy, passwords, terms and conditions, algorithms, fake news, misinformation, and what to look for scams, and what do we know and how to protect ourselves, and an update on the Harmful Digital Communications Act. So the feedback was very positive. We've received from participants, which included representatives from community organisations and local residents. And the local community governance staff are looking to host the workshop again at various venues across the Fendleton Waimari Harewood area. So a real success. Speaking of really fantastic, successful people, we are very excited to be holding our Community Service Awards function later this afternoon. We have 18 amazing residents receiving an award this year. And the volunteer work being acknowledged includes graffiti removers, citizens advice volunteers, English language tutors, church volunteers, and people who volunteer with their sports clubs. And one of those we would like to highlight is Alan Bryce, who has been volunteering and supporting the Burnside Bowling Club for 49 years. Over the years, Alan has held the positions of Secretary, Treasurer, Vice President and President. He is also involved in recruiting new members to the club, including a letterbox drop to 7,000 homes and running a Have a Go sessions to introduce people to the game. Although through Alan's dedication this year saw the biggest growth in new members for many years. So that's really exciting for our board. To finish today, we are delighted to share a good news story. So as you will be aware, a few years ago, our board made the decision to utilise the Mona Vale Gatehouse for an artist in residence program. Our current tenants are the animators for the locally produced Kitty and Lou children's television program. The exciting news is that the program has recently been launched on the Nickelodeon channel in America. The show is already screened in the UK and is also on air in Australia, Canada, Finland, Sweden and Mexico. The show has been most popular in Britain with 21 million streams in the first couple of months of airing it. So yeah, that's a positive way to finish off, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Aaron?
No, but if I can add to the Kirry and Lou story just briefly, Ants Elworthy, who's the lead animator, is one of the top animators in the entire world. He comes from Christchurch. He came back here because of his family. He lives in Mount Pleasant, Sumner Way, and the studio's in Ferrymead, and they're using the house here to help support them. So with the council support, that production landed in Christchurch because the writers aren't from here. They are Auckland-based from the front lawn, and Jermaine Clement's one of the voices and stuff. So it could have easily not been in Christchurch, but thank you to the arts team here in council for getting that over the line. And it was that little bit of extra that was needed to secure it here. So it can't be underestimated the role the council's played in making that happen. So.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very.
Sorry to
Have we lost people online?
we just adjourn up 2 minutes while I join the meeting again.
Yep, all right.
Sorry about that.
All right. I'll just, is it literally just going to be a minute while you get them back online again? Yeah, all right. So, Bridget, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
We'll
Please
just
enter the meeting passcode, followed by the...
we'll just adjourn the meeting just until we get these remote participants back online again, and then we'll continue with the Part A's. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Right, so we'll get the meeting back underway. So now moving to the Part A's from the community boards. The first of which is item 9, the Opawaho Lower Heathcote Guidance Plan. So, oh, sorry, we didn't, because we got interrupted before we'd finished item 8. So I'm happy to move receipt of the monthly reports from the community boards. Jimmy is happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now moving to item 9, the Opawaho Lower Heathcote Guidance Plan. So, Alex, you've got some comments that you wanted to make on this as we move into this item.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you so much. And thanks for having me back. Look, I think Malcolm Long, thank you again for your deputation, Malcolm. I think he's done an excellent job of telling the story of the Opawaho River Network group and the work that they have done in leading to us presenting this guidance plan today. I just want to say one of the quotes that we have in the guidance plan: the lower Opawaho Heathcote River embodies a living partnership between people and the awa, where activities restore, enhance te mana o te wai. I think you've all had a lot of information about this guidance plan, and I'd just like to point out again that this will be something, if endorsed today by the council, I'm sure it will be, we'll be able to actually help other groups around our rivers in Otatahi, Christchurch, actually help the health of our rivers and allow them to be something that is fully used by our communities in the future. So just really want to say a big thank you again to staff and the community and all of the groups that have had input into this. And again, thank you to our chair, Yanni Johansson, and also we had Tim Lindley from our community board on that group as well. So yeah, I think that's all I need to say. The report's obviously been read, and thank you all for your time today.
All right, thank you for those introductory remarks. Now, Yanni, you chaired the working party. Did you have any comments that you wanted to make as we move into the item?
Yeah, thank you. I've just put forward 2 additional resolutions. Number 3, which is really just an acknowledgement resolution, just to acknowledge with appreciation from council the working party members and the organisations that have supported the development of the plan.
All right, so just as we do this, have we got those in a position able to be put on the screen in front of us so that we can see them?
Just working on that.
Okay.
But generally at a high level, I'll just speak to it at a very high level to save time. So basically, the first one is just to acknowledge the people that have contributed, the council staff, the community board, and of course the community working party members and the organisations that have been involved. But just to start off with, and just to acknowledge the chair of the board, quoting the initial, the phrase that's in the document, there's really, in my mind, there's really 4 different key aspects of this that are really important. And I've just asked staff if they could put up a copy of some images, and as they're doing it, I just wanted to reflect on those 4 things. One is the inspiration that comes from people that have long before us committed to the importance of this urban waterway. And the one council staff member that I do want to acknowledge is Dennis Preston. And up on the screen, you can see some images that Dennis provided to our community board in 2018 around what it used to look like in 1993, and then what it looks like after some ecological restoration had happened. And for those of us who are new into this area, we may have always taken for granted the ecological benefits that came from what was there historically, but actually it's relatively recent that people like Dennis Preston, nearly 30 years ago, decided to, with council support, to invest in this area and to the river, and has made an amazing difference. But sadly, over time, that improvement was lost. It wasn't maintained. It became overgrown, and there were also areas around the corridor that were land use planning that was allowed to continue, and a whole bunch of frustrations that existed. But Dennis Preston, in terms of inspiration, was very inspirational from my point of view, along with Helene Maltiner from the Spray and Cashmere Board, who's one of the first elected members that I can recall in my time in politics, raising the significance of the Opawaho Hifka River as a whole, needing to have greater value. And then more recently, just to acknowledge the Castles family and the tannery, because they have really spearheaded a movement around that industrial part of Woolston, that the area deserves better, that actually you can have beauty in an industrial area if you invest in it, and if you look at the importance of the river and the community that it connects. So I just wanted to acknowledge, obviously, the passing of Alastair Castles, but also the work that the Castles family have done at the tannery to recognise the importance of the river. It's really inspirational. And the three other things that I'll mention. One is the synergy. So what's really important is that council's investing a lot of money in terms of major cycleways, in terms of land drainage, in terms of dredging, in terms of pedestrian improvements, safety improvements, road repairs, infrastructure repairs, but it lacked a coordinated plan. And so really the idea behind this guidance plan was to try and get ahead of that work and get synergy. Now, unfortunately, it's taken a wee while and we've probably missed a few opportunities, but that doesn't prevent us looking forward for the opportunities that exist in the future to get a better use of our resource, to get better outcomes, recognising the importance of the river. So that's really important. And just the two other points that I wanted to raise was, the three. So the cultural framework, I just really wanted to stress that what's really important to the board and the working party has been the adoption of a cultural framework around, and that's just on page 16 of the document. So I won't read it all out, but just the kind of key principles of whanangatanga, mātauranga, kaitakiakitanga, manakiatanga, whakapapa, hora, and wairutanga. And I mean, effectively, that's looking at a holistic approach to the river corridor around well-being and around a really important cultural framework. So I just wanted to acknowledge the contribution that Mata Popuri and in particular Debbie Tikau have given to us as a working party and a community board and council. And just finally, I guess, just to acknowledge again, like the working party, we've got Alistair still here, we've got Annabelle, and we've got Malcolm. So just to thank the people that have contributed, but also to recognise that there's a whole bunch of local groups along the river and local residents who have been on the ground monitoring, tidying, enhancing and promoting that this area should have greater value. And I just wanted to sort of conclude with just to refer to two out of the many submissions that we received. But one from Marie Byrne, who talks about involving our Tamariki. Not only are they the future guardians, but they're also the educators of the older generations. And that talks to the intergenerational impact that we can have if we have a vision and if we have hope that we can improve our environment along the river. And the second point that she made, which I just wanted to very much concur with, it's important that this awa is celebrated as much as the Otakaro. Too often for years it's been regarded as the poorer family member, not as much as a taonga to our city, as one that winds its way through the central city. And I think this plan really provides hope to a local community in an intergenerational approach to restoring and enhancing the values of the river. And there's a really lovely submission on page 174, which I won't read it out in detail, but from Claire Patterson, who talks about, and again, this comes back to that intergenerational impact. Thank you for developing this river guidance. I support the whole approach. The river is important to my family and I. We have lived along the Apawaho for 6 generations since settling in New Zealand in the 1800s. I'm really pleased to see in the plan the projects to improve the visibility of te ao Māori in the area, including the Apawaho Pass site. I strongly support working with Ngāi Tauhiri on that, and it's very sad when I tell my children about how their great-great-grandfather came to New Zealand and he lived in this area, and the Māori who were already here offering him manaaki tanga and hospitality, and then I have to explain that there's nothing to show for that. I cannot change the past, but it's important to me that we restore and reflect the role of Māori in this area. And then she goes on to talk about her granddaughter, 11-year-old granddaughter, being excited about the work that we're proposing. So I just thought, to really reflect on the change that we can make. The beautiful thing about local government is the change we can make in our local communities to give hope for a better future. And I think this river plan really highlights, the best of what local government can do. So I really hope that council endorses it, and I hope that we can continue to work through a number of the actions that are mentioned in it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we've got the Part A resolution from the Community Board in front of us, but Yanni, you've got resolutions 3 and 4 that you're proposing to add, and 4 is simply requesting staff to have a look, and that's in the context of the last line in 2, the implementation of which will be undertaken as and when resources are allocated over time. So they're in synergy with each other. So I'm assuming that you're wanting to be the mover of this with those additional resolutions in there. And Sarah, you're happy to second. Excellent. So this has been moved and seconded. Just checking that there weren't any questions. I think we've had a reasonably clear couple of presentations on it. The question obviously is, who are we asking questions of? Jimmy, you've got a question.
That's a question. Thank you for this strategic guidance plan. Very good. But my question is based on the paragraph 2, part A, because we are aware next term, because the Linwood War and the Hifka War were separate to the different war. So in the future, how to advocate the particular project and the funding, which war will take the lead for responsible, and also for the implementation of this the plan, guidance plan, is my question.
All right. So, as I indicated, the difficulty is, who are we asking these questions of? Presumably the answer is the community board or boards that this falls within the area of. Yep. Yep. All right. Thank you. So this has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so now moving to item 10, and this is the first of a number of papers on slow speed neighbourhoods. So this one is slow speed neighbourhoods in Opawa. Do we have staff for this if there are any questions? So if I could invite relevant staff to the table, please. Just for any introductory comments, we'll take the report as read, the recommendations clear. Is there anything that staff wanted to add? All right, so are there any questions? Tim.
Just reiterating what our chair, Carolyn Potter, said, just thank you for sliding in that wee bit of Hunter Terrace. Very clever.
So this is a question or this is debate?
I was just saying thanks.
Okay. I'm going to go through them one at a time, but I'm hoping it's just going to be as simple as just a rhythm of where we go through them. And so no further questions? All right, so somebody to move this one, please. So Tim will move, Melanie will second. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. The next one, Opawa Hunter Terrace. No comments? No questions? Sarah, you're wanting to move? Yep, so moved by Sarah, seconded by Tim. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Slow speed neighbourhood for Papanui, item 12. A mover, Mike will move. Someone to second. Pauline.
Yeah. I just in debate. I just want to say how far we've come this term. and just saying that at the beginning of this term, and in fact last term, people argued against these constantly. It was really controversial, and we've come a long way, and it's fantastic.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? Mike?
Thank you. I assume we're debating the Papanui.
We're on item 12.
Yeah, this is item 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dealing with each of these separately, so this is item 12.
Yeah. Thank you. Excellent. Look, I'm just going to echo what Sarah says. Obviously, we're rolling out a number in this meeting, but we've been doing this for a while, and things have changed, and we are noticing that in the communities. I remember when we first started to do this, there was a little bit of pushback from the community and some around the table, but actually as they have been implemented, we started hearing from other communities that wanted them, and actually the feedback we were getting was really in favour of them. And then what we were seeing was other communities that would see those consultations come along and say, hey, look, we want this in our community as well, because I think people are realising actually when you just slow cars down a bit in the neighbourhoods, it's actually better for everyone. I really want to acknowledge all the submitters that actually took the time to submit on the Papanui one, and what was really pleasing was actually when they presented it to the community board, the staff were there, and I really want to acknowledge the staff because they listened to the verbal submissions. We're actually able to change things from that feedback. So actually the community board, who had a number of questions, didn't even have to ask them because of the work that staff did at the meeting. So thank you for that work. As the area of Papanui, like we heard a bit also around the outside over by St James Ave in Redwood, Northcote. We have all these other communities that actually want these slower speeds in their neighbourhoods, and it's good to see that something will be developed and we can roll this out. But one of the other things that obviously was highlighted through this was Main North Road itself, and the fact that when you look around some of the other main areas like Riccarton and Woolston, that they've got those slower speeds there because of the interaction of people. So as the community board, we also were very keen to see how we could actually get that to be rolled out at some point in time when funding was available. So that's really good that we put that forward in our recommendations. And also one thing I wanted to point out, which may have been missed, is the bilingual school signs. It's really great to see that actually it's becoming a bit of a norm now, the use of te reo. And the fact that we're actually moving to 30k speed limits around our schools, and not just outside the school, but actually around the block of the school. I think that's going to make a huge difference to the safety of children at school, and I look forward to actually being able to roll that out as quickly as possible, and actually where we can extend that to as well, because yes, kids are at school, but also we need to look at local parks where there's actually a number of children there, and also preschools as well. So totally support all of these slow speed neighbourhoods, and I look forward to being able to do more of them in the future to actually help our communities have a, I guess, more safer environment. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim?
I mean, look, just to finish off, I think it's got to be acknowledged our staff have wanted to do this for some time, but it's Wakatahi that actually, their 360 on thinking has actually allowed this to happen, because our staff on our behalf have been arguing with them for some time. This has been happening for decades overseas. As a country, we're still probably 30 years behind, but our staff have been arguing this for some time. Wakatahi's 360-degree change has allowed our staff to do this on behalf of our community, so it's wonderful to see. So thank you guys for doing the argument.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 13. Again, slow speed neighbourhood Papanui. No comment from staff. Any questions? Aaron.
Yeah, so it was a question I was going to ask on the last one, but you went straight to debate. But my only question is, are any of these reversible? Like, do we monitor them all and then go, that one street there is not working, so we will revert back? It was not so much, because I like the inclusion of Sawyers Arms Road. I think the board made a good decision there because of the design. But the Langdons Road one was and it come up when you presented to our community board. That would be the only one that, out of all of them, I'd want looked at and review.
Yes, so absolutely there is monitoring that goes on with the speed limit reviews to make sure that they're fit for purpose and that they're operating appropriately.
No unintended consequences.
Yeah, and no unintended consequences safety-wise. So the level of monitoring goes, we mostly check the operating speeds and anecdotally we, listen to customer feedback and et cetera. It would take quite a significant level of non-compliance for us to really go back and reconsider changing the limit. Our first approach would be to see if we can change the environment to make it safer and bring people down to the speed that we've set, just because of the process it takes to then go and change the limit again. But it definitely goes under consideration. We want to make sure that the speed limits are set are safe and appropriate and that people are behaving in the way that we would like for them to be on that road.
Cool, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, no further questions? So do I have a mover for this one? So Aaron will move and Tim will second. All right, is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so next, item 14, the Banks Peninsula Speed Limit Review, State Highway 75 side roads. Andrew, welcome to the table. Is there any commentary you wanted to make on this paper?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just to highlight a small typo in clause, it's Resolution 7L, Robinson's Bay Valley Road. The report has 40. It should read 60. The map in the report is correct. So that was just a typo from me.
All right, so that was 7L. That's fine. All right, so that will need to be corrected in the resolution so that what we're agreeing is what's intended. 7L. Yep, all right, that's great. Thank you. Are there any questions on this one? Aaron?
Yeah, looking at the feedback, there seemed to be a number of locals who were opposing or not agreeing with the numbers that were proposed or in there. And a lot of the supporters were not locals. So do you have a breakdown of the percentage of who's who? Because I'd think a lot of the people supporting it would possibly almost never use a lot of these roads.
From recollection, we undertook a joint consultation with Wakatahi on the State Highway 75 review, and that particular review comprised the bulk of the feedback, and that was widespread. That was both from locals, but also had a significant number of users from outside the area who travel for recreation and all sorts of other reasons. It was actually quite difficult to pull out necessarily what they were commenting on, because some made some very general comments that weren't. It wasn't clear whether they were related to local roads or not. The ones in particular, we did have comments around, such as Kaituna Valley. We looked at that again, and there's a comment in that report. My general recollection of the feedback was that many of these roads have such low operating speeds anyway. It was largely accepted that by removing the 100 and putting, say, the 60 was consistent with what happens now. Many of the roads aren't signposted at the moment, and they still won't be signposted later. But it is quite difficult. That with an area like that, it does have people who own property who have holiday homes. So it's not just truly locals, I suppose. Hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, kind of.
And of course, this is a part A from the Community Board. The Community Board have the opportunity to ask questions and have them answered, and knowing these local roads were comfortable with the recommendation they're putting forward. Are there any further questions? All right, I'm happy to move this one. Do I have a seconder? Mike. All right, so moved by me, seconded by Mike. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Next, item 15, the residential lease on the Red House at Takapunaki Reserve. So, Russell, welcome to the table. Any introductory comments on this paper?
So the lease for the Red House is, as you know, it's a very unique property, and The lease, we were actually after three particular things, which is why we've actually want to go for unilaterally. And that was that the person had skills in looking after the garden, which was has some particular characteristics about it. The house is a historic house, so we need a heritage house. So we needed actually skills to look after heritage buildings. There was a few other buildings on the site as well. And also, because it's part of Takapunaki, that there was a relationship with, if preferable, with Unuku Runanga. That was important as well. And we had an unsolicited approach from a dock worker who is based in there, who had these skills, and also his parents as well has these skills. So we recommended to the board that this is only for a short-term period, that while we discuss the long-term future of the house with the Runanga, that we deal unilaterally with this particular person.
Great, thank you. And there was quite some discussion and question and answer at the community board on this. And clearly the community board were comfortable in putting forward this Part A once those questions have been asked and answered. So are there any questions on this? I'm happy to move it. Mike's happy to second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 17, the hearings panel report on Lincoln Road peak hour bus lane proposal. And I'd invite Sarah Templeton, who chaired the panel, to introduce this report, please.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just moving to the right one, move through those more quickly. So this is relatively straightforward. You'll notice that it's quite a period of time in between the consultation and the hearings panel and this coming to council, and that's because we had a staff member who was our hearings panel advisor who was then seconded into other work and has now left the organisation, and so this is coming here now. It was relatively straightforward. Submissions were generally in favour. It's the middle of three sections of work. The first is approved and underway on Lincoln Road at the city end, and the third's going to be delivered by Waikoura. The submissions were predominantly in favour of the bus lanes and times of operation, and the panel is recommending these to council, but they weren't generally in favour of the proposal for them to operate on Saturdays, and the panel is not recommending that go ahead, but it may need to sometime in the future, and the infrastructure will be there for it to do. We heard from quite a few submitters, and we did offer one an opportunity to submit additional material, but that wasn't taken up. We had a site visit where the panel and staff walked the length of the section of road under consideration on both sides, checking the plans against submission points and real-life experience. We were aware of the concern around trees, but it soon became evident that most of those deemed technically trees by the arborist would not be considered trees worthy of saving by most, and the additional trees being planted more than offset them. There's 36 going and 72 going back in. And if you look at page 482 in the agenda onwards, you can see the what I'd call shrubs, but are technically trees in the arborist's report. There are some proper trees that people would consider trees, and there are fewer trees coming out than were originally in the plan once we went through it. This is not a cycleway project, it's a bus lane project, although people, like most bus lanes, will be able to bike in them. But people did express concern about cycle safety in a couple of areas, so we did recommend some small sections of cycle lane be added at intersections, and some green paint in several places, and also two shared path sections on the footpath to connect the Norwest Arc major cycle route to Curlitz Road. There's no hard infrastructure for that, just some paint, and one of those sides is where a school used to be. And so there's currently no infrastructure there at the moment. There's a recommendation to talk to the Ministry for Education to make that slightly wider, so it's a proper shared path width, but at the moment that'll be really good. There were also a lot of submissions asking for pedestrian safety enhancements along there, many of which we've incorporated into the design with support from staff. Several businesses expressed a concern about parking restrictions or turning restrictions and access for delivery vehicles, and we were mostly able to accommodate these through extending the time restrictions to what had been asked for, as requested, and actively working with submitters to find alternatives for other things. So that's about it. Yeah, questions?
Excellent, thank you. So are there any questions on this? Sam?
I don't know if it's for Sarah or for the staff.
It might be. Yeah.
4.8, it's got 61 submitters did not indicate a preference. What was the rationale behind that?
So some submitters ticked yes or no, and some just made comments that were kind of, this about a tree or this about something else. So it wasn't particularly
Right.
And some had comments on times, but not infrastructure, that kind of thing. So they did that.
So it looks like 50-50 then on under 4.84 or against it on that basis. If you were to remove the ones that didn't indicate a preference.
They didn't. Hi, Sam from the engagement team. They didn't make a preference, but they would have commented on the other aspects along the corridor.
Right. Yeah. It's just.
So in principle, they weren't against it. It was just more relating to other comments on infrastructure or other parts of the PT priority.
I guess it's just when the stuff comes through, and I don't know whether it's the report or how it's been written, but it is good to just get a flavour of if there are other comments, whether they are in support or not.
But I think what the report is saying quite clearly is there were comments
Correct.
that were neither in support nor in opposition. They didn't indicate a preference, they simply made comments.
Yeah,
and
and it
that's
may
what
have
I've heard
been-
from the chair of the panel and from the staff.
Yeah.
So that's genuinely the case. They were
Yeah,
just
like-
comments,
Yeah.
no indication of a preference in those comments.
Yeah, and so some of them were things like, could you put in a pedestrian crossing or something like that, rather than a comment on the bus lane itself.
So were they?
So
I'm
it
just trying to
varied. Yeah.
Understand though what you? I thought you just said it was. They weren't opposed to it.
It's neither in support or against.
Right.
It's it was literally to do with certain specific comments on other parts of the route.
Right.
So
yeah.
So we don't make an assumption that people are in support
Correct.
unless they say that they're in support.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And
So on that it looks.
Yeah,
50-50.
sometimes you can get what they're saying, but you don't want to put words in their
Yeah.
mouth.
No, that's cool. I was just trying to understand if you remove them, and it does look sort of 50-50.
I do
Okay,
get,
thank
yeah,
you.
I do get that. Like, it does look different whether you take out all of those who didn't express a preference. Yeah, the statistics would be different. And I know that's frustrating sometimes with our submissions when people will go, well, there's a group who didn't express a preference, there's those who support, those against, and sometimes people will go, oh, look, only such and such were in support, or only such and such were against. And I think we just need to make sure that all of the stats are there all the time. Yeah.
One other question, maybe for staff again. So the whole budget's 12 mil. What's this one specifically?
For the budget.
Yeah.
So that's for upgrading as well as undergrounding the existing.
Oh, sorry.
poles.
Yeah. No, what I was meaning was for this particular, like Sarah talked about, for this particular patch of the.
That's the
Right.
that's
It's
the
a
12 million.
It is 12
That's
million.
the 12 million. Yes. So that includes undergrounding because electricity needs to be undergrounding along the whole route.
Right.
As well as property purchases on the southern side. So that's in the full budget.
So 12 million for. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. So I was just reading in the arborist report. Is basically just on page 465, it says, in this case, 44 trees are to be removed, and the draft landscape plans include the planting of 88 new trees, and expected that the canopy cover will be increased within 20 years. So is that basically saying that we won't get back to the level of canopy coverage we have for 20 years?
So as part of the tree policy, yes, it needs to be established within the 20 years. I can't comment on whether it's now 10 years or 11 years. It's just the policy states up to the 20-year life cycle. So it's so we went also on the tree selection was part of this, and we've asked comments on it. So in some of them should be earlier, but it's just as per the policy, it's within 20 years, the tree canopy.
It was interesting that this is the one thing that the one thing that the panel took really seriously, and we went and stopped by every tree in our site visit, and some of them, as I say, weren't really trees; they were shrubs, and you can see that in the report there. And fewer trees will be coming out now than were originally planned. Some of the trees are actually in really poor health, a couple of the bigger ones, and would need to be coming down at some point anyway, because they would be a danger at some point.
So, Sarah, I think from your comments now and from your introductory remarks, we can be assured that the panel took the tree issue very seriously and had a very thorough consideration of the trees matter in general. Yeah,
and you must remember as well that the purpose of this project is to make the bus lanes themselves and people catching the bus more attractive, and lowering emissions by having fewer fossil fuel cars on the road is actually a better solution than trees, because you need to lower them, not just capture what's
I was interested in the large size tree.
Yeah. We tried really hard.
Where that one is, and also
which page?
Is that so this is on page 459. And is the one large size tree, is that in poor condition, or what sort of condition is that tree in?
The one in the road corridor was in really poor condition. There was, well, you can see one in the road corridor and one in reserve. So there were 7 trees in good condition on CCC land. Now there are those 7 are sitting in front of a set of shops. They're very beautifully manicured, round trees, and actually may be able to be shifted because of the position that they're in, and they're probably sellable because of the very manicured shape that they have. And so we've specifically asked for staff to try and make that a reality.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I get all that. I was just trying to understand where that... Sorry, I've looked at the maps, and sorry, I can't seem to locate where the big mature tree is.
Correct. So some of the trees, Councillor, is within the road corridor, and that's where we need to widen it. Yeah. So, and that will be offset with the new central median where all the new trees will be planted. So the streetscape will be very similar to between the Wrights and Moorhouse, that section. It's so it will be very similar to that. But a lot of those trees are within the road corridor that we need to extend.
Sorry, I'm only talking about the one mature tree. I'm just trying to understand where the one mature tree is.
There is more than one mature tree that's coming down. But the one that's in the road corridor is in really poor condition. It's all lopsided. Next to, is it the medical centre? No, well, it's a bit further down than that. But it was, yeah.
So are you talking, Yanni, about the one large tree at the end of paragraph 2.1? Is that the specific one that you're referring to?
In the arborist report.
Which page in our report are you looking at? In our agenda?
459.
459.
Yeah.
And then which 2.1, 2.2, 2.3? Which paragraph?
2.2.
2.2.
Sorry, 2.1. The size of the trees on existing CC land to be removed includes, and it's got 18 small, 9.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's
medium.
the reserve tree.
So you're talking about the one large
size tree. I just found it quite hard looking at the diagrams and the maps to find out where that tree that was proposed to be removed. But I was interested in whether it was in poor condition or not. It's probably in the small print in the arborist report, but it's quite hard, as you can appreciate.
Some of the trees that are coming out aren't in poor condition, and some of the actually quite big size trees are not in poor condition. But as a panel, we did walk the length and looked. We had a map with all the trees on it and went down one by one.
So
and had some really thorough looks at all of those. And where we could, we worked around trees.
So in that context, is there an answer to where is this one large tree that's referred to at the bottom of paragraph 2.1 in the arborist report, and is it in poor condition? They're the two specific questions that Yanni's got about this one specific tree.
Council, unfortunately, don't have that report with me. Do you perhaps have the property number?
It's not next to it. There would be in the table. Would have been nice to have this ahead of time, Yanni.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So one of the questions, though, is this one tree going to make a difference to how you vote on this? And if not, is it worth our time?
Yeah, let's go. I'll ask some other questions. What's the journey saving time that's proposed for this project? And how are we going to measure and monitor the benefit that we're expecting to get from the level of investment around journey saving time?
I don't have the exact time with me, Councillor. It's including for obviously travelling from Horswell in line with Waikoura and the first section. So it's providing that central link. And the frequency on it would be every 10 minutes. The bus frequency will be on at them. But the actual time saved based on we only had the data pre-COVID on the numbers that's on the buses, that's included in the report. However, on the specific seconds saving, unfortunately, I can't comment on that now.
I missed it in the report, but I couldn't find reference to the journey saving times.
Yeah. So there may be some saving, but the key thing is that you're not getting stuck in traffic all the time. So the bus journey is reliable. It's the same time every day, no matter what the traffic, if it's raining, if it's sunny, if it's school holidays or not, you get the same journey time, so your trip in is reliable. And we know that reliability of service is a key driver of people using it.
And how will we monitor the benefits of the investment?
The investment for the PT.
Yeah.
The same way we'll monitor all the benefits across the LTP program that we're doing. We're looking for journey time reliability. We're looking to, as we've worked with ECAN, we're looking to achieve the levels of service that you've asked us to achieve as part of a long-term plan.
Right, but we keep getting reports saying that we're failing in those targets.
Because we don't have enough infrastructure.
And a lot of the targets around PT and Transport Network are long-term ones. If we don't make these changes, we won't get the uplift. So the point is to have a reliable program, a reliable network, as Councillor Templeton just talked to.
Yeah, I guess the one concern that one of the concerns I've got is from the presentation that I initially saw from Waikoura, is further up they were proposing to put in a lot of signalised crossings and traffic lights, and so it would seem that that would sort of be at risk of sort of reducing the reliability because of the increased stopping that was required for PT. So is anyone looking at the further...
We're working together with Waikoura on the network along the route. Buses stopping and starting is different to buses being caught in traffic, and what we're trying to do is get them through the traffic. So the lights can be, the signals can be worked in order to facilitate buses getting through the traffic.
Right.
All right, thank you. So we've got a question from Jimmy. We've got questions from Jimmy and then from Phil and Aaron. So Jimmy, Phil and Aaron. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. I follow the same question regarding the budget. Because at the moment, the detailed design not yet complete, am I right? When the detailed design will be complete?
Once we have approval.
Yes.
Yes. So it's so the plan is currently it's forecasted within FY24.
Yes.
However, we would like to bring the project forward if possible.
Yes.
So the key will be to commence detailed design as soon as possible.
Okay, that's good. So currently the estimate $12 million, not yet been revised. The construction price increase, am I right? So, but next year, new council will review those the long-term plan, am I right? They might have considered revise on the financial year 24 to 27 revise.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so sticking with questions, Phil and then Aaron. Phil.
Thank you. Sarah will probably be able to ask this. In those photos, Sarah, that are on there,
Trees.
Really?
Is that the photos you mean, though? The trees? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
These ones. So they're termed a tree, whereas you,
according to the arborist,
I would term them a shrub.
When it comes to canopy cover for the city, we only assess things that are 3 metres and above, and many of these are not 3 metres. So these trees that the arborist called trees that we're going to have to remove to get the bus lanes in aren't ones that would count for our kind of canopy cover anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I've got no problem with it. Is it like, how many trees did you say was coming out?
36.
And these shrubs would be part of that 36?
Absolutely.
I don't. Yeah, so we're not
there
really.
There
we're
are
not really
several
taking,
large trees
Yeah,
that
yeah, sure,
are quite
sure.
nice, but yeah.
But in essence, we're not really taking many trees out at all. If you, as
Yeah, and
shrubs,
there's over 70 going back in.
Yeah, no, we're far better off.
If you think about places like Memorial Avenue, Fenelton Road, Linwood Avenue, these main ways into the city that have got trees on them, like proper trees, street trees down the middle of the road, those kind of things, are streets that people really like. They're gateways to the city, and they have a much higher amenity, both pedestrians and drivers and whoever else is going down. And so that's what this project will do.
No, I've got no problem with that.
All right, so the question has been asked and answered?
Yeah, so,
yep.
Sorry.
What I'm trying to avoid is just a lot of dialogue across the table when what I really want is succinct questions and succinct answers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Aaron.
Just two quick questions. One is with the number of no right turns, so there's some changes there. Do we model how much, when you change someone's pattern, say there's 20 people down a street with a car, that the extra distance they'll now drive, and then we measure that and factor it into the overall benefits or not of the project when we have no right turns?
So yes, that has been included and calculated, and we, especially if the right turn banning at Domain Terrace, we did see that obviously there will be a slight increase at Littleton on the right turn, and that's why we propose that there will be a green arrow, which is currently not there. So it's that circulation. Then, however, there are other benefits, like people coming from Annex Road will have that opportunity to the dedicated U-turn bay. So instead of all those properties going around the block, they'll have it right at the bottom in a U-turn bay there. So it had minimal impact. However, yes, that was included in the modelling.
Right, so there's some unders and overs in there.
Correct. So a prime example is because Torrance Road is being blocked, there were 80 additional properties that needs to go via Sylvan or Sylvan Street. However, that also had minimal impact on the network.
Right, so it doesn't increase the distance much, just the actual.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. And then the other one, something that Yanni and I've been asking for only around 10 years, or slightly over, but is the evidence that the bus lanes work, that they get more people on buses, because it's $12 million and it puts everyone else in one lane, so that has a carbon increase when you slow other traffic. So the bus lanes.
So the question is the evidence that is there evidence that the interventions like this work if the measure is getting more people on buses?
Yeah. So the answer is yes, there is evidence. I don't have it today, I'm sorry, and it's not necessarily based here in Christchurch, but there is worldwide evidence, as Councillor Templeton talked to, that ensuring that your PT trips are reliable and you can rely on how long it's going to take you, and you can also rely on the fact that when you walk out your door and down to the bus stop, it is going to be there. If it says it's going to be there, that improves PT uplift. We have a whole number of other issues in our society at the moment that we are dealing with, and none of these solutions are short-term solutions, and you don't see a quick result. We are building these facilities for the future Christchurch.
But other cities are very, very different to ours, so it's hard to compare.
Well, the question has been asked and answered.
Yeah.
And I deliberately rephrased it so that it was easy to answer in the
Sorry,
in which
Mr.
you're
Chair, I
asking
wasn't
it.
clear enough because my colleague next to me is going, are they? Yes, 4,000 people per square kilometre density is a lot different to 280. It's quite different. So it means you've got a lot more people near your public transport. So it does make a big difference.
So is the international research relevant
Yes.
to this situation?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it'll be good to see it,
Yep.
but more so than that, isn't it important that we do our own research to go, hey, we put a bus route on Papanui Road or wherever, or Colombo Street back pre-quake, and these were the uptake in numbers. Yes, this did happen, this happened.
And pre-quake, we had a massive uptake in numbers because of the facilities that we put in, and there's been changes since, and our society is facing up, particularly here in Christchurch, has faced a number of changes, and we're not here to debate this with you at every meeting, and we're looking to see how we can provide you that advice.
We don't want to debate it
And
either. We just want to see it once.
So, but there is also clear
and Yanni, some of it's like
evidence
evidence,
that in order to meet, and you as council have declared a climate emergency, and you have a clear strategic objective for us to do everything we can to meet the climate challenges that we have, and there is clear evidence worldwide that improving your PT system, getting more people on a single vehicle, is better for the environment than having everybody driving their own cars.
And we have levels of service that we set through
to
annual
address that.
long-term plans and annual
Absolutely.
plans around reliability and journey times.
Yes.
So all of this is aligned with the overall strategic position that we have agreed.
Yeah, but
It
Mr.
is a
Chair, not
long-term-
passenger numbers.
And it's a long-term trip for you, to
Yeah.
use a transport analogy.
Yeah.
Long-haul trip.
All right, so I've got...
Can I just say bus passenger numbers are now up on our council website and the key indicators in our climate stuff. And they're available in the ECAN agendas too.
They are.
Great.
Okay. We now need to conclude any further questions on this. So I've got Phil and Melanie. Phil.
Thanks, Lynette. On the picture, it may be just on the plans, it might only be drawn that way. In the long run, the whole road will be asphalted wall to wall, or just the margins that we're working on. So when the road is finished, will the whole thing be re-asphalted?
The road surface
Yes.
will be appropriate to the use, and for the road surface, I can't tell you what it is.
No, it won't be the complete route be resurfaced. Where applicable, if it's poor quality, then yes, it will be included as part of the project.
Okay, because down at the town end at the moment where Isaac's working, they're doing the margins, which is cool, and that's working there. But it's all.
When we do a project, and when we deliver a project, we're looking to deliver the best value for the community that we can. So that doesn't always mean we go in and resurface the whole road if there isn't a need to do it. As we've talked to in the past, we are looking to do that appropriately moving forward, and it'll be the same on this project.
Thank you. Melanie.
If Sarah's all right with that, wanting to move it because this is in my ward.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Well, that's a perfect sequencing into the next part then. So this is moved by Melanie and seconded by Sarah. All right. So moved Melanie, seconded Sarah. Is there any discussion? Melanie.
Just quickly to say that the community board was fully supportive of this in their submission. Yeah.
Short and sweet. That's good. Thank you. Any other?
The other point was also that there will be bus lanes the entire way. There will be no breaks in the bus lanes from all the way up to Morehouse Ave. So there is no way that this cannot be effective.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that has been done on this, and I hope that the benefits that are proposed do get achieved, but it is hard to see from these reports around the benefits that we're aiming, other than a very high level, improved reliability. But I do think as a council, we do need to actually put some metrics in place where we can clearly measure the impact of our spending. The other irony, I think, is that we still haven't had really a plan for light transit, rapid transit. So you start to think, like, what's happening with mass transit in the city? Where's the vision? This is one of the fastest growing areas of the city. And if you were ever going to look at a corridor for rapid transit, it would seem like this would actually make a lot of sense. And so I'm kind of concerned that we're so far behind in that decision and discussion that we're then approving these bus priority lanes. But I totally understand the importance of this. I am concerned about some of the safety aspects as well, and I hope that there can be a process to review it as it goes forward, just to ensure that if there are safety concerns with how things are running, then they can be addressed. But fundamentally, the idea of having people catching public transport from Hawesville to the city centre makes a lot of sense because of the growth. But I just think we do need to get clearer about the way in which we measure our levels of investment into public transport, because for the number of years that I've been sitting around this council table, despite the fact that we've been investing in these things where we're told that there will be benefits, actually in our levels of service, we see consistently from month to month that we're failing to achieve the targets that we set. So I do think at some point we need to think about what we actually do differently to get better outcomes than just doing things that we've done in the past, because that might lead to a better future. But I just want to acknowledge the work that's been done on this. I appreciate there's been a lot of effort put into saving the trees, which, and I appreciate what people have said. I do think we need to get the urban forest plan in place sooner rather than later, because, having tree canopy lost for 20 years when we take out trees for these sorts of projects, to me, is just not acceptable. And we do need to have a much more aggressive approach to replacing the lost canopy coverage when we decide on these sorts of projects. But I'm happy to support, but it is a project that I will be watching with interest and hoping that there is good measurement of its investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
Just really briefly, I'm happy to support it as well. I think we could give it a chance, and if it doesn't work, at least we'll have 2 lanes on either side of the road to look at other modes. So I don't think it's the end of the world today, and we might as well utilise that NZTA subsidy, knowing that actually if this doesn't, like Aaron has referred to, stack up and begin to provide benefit, we can change that.
Thank you. Aaron?
I'm surprised Joni's going to support, is actually happy to support it. But I'm actually not happy to support it, and I'll be a few groans around the table, so I'll let you get your groans out. Right, there we go. Can we move on? For me, the reason is that the numbers just, and like Yanni pointed out, we're failing our targets. We're not getting there. And the point I'll raise today, I won't raise any of the others from the past, is that this council's declared a climate change emergency or crisis, or whichever one you want to call it this week. We've declared it. And the thing is, if you want to do something about it, we have a limited budget. We can't just keep printing and borrowing money. There is a pot size that you can spend on climate change. And is this the best $12 million you can spend on climate change when we're not seeing more people on the buses? If we do see more people on the buses, great. But the ones that are coming down the bus lane on Cranford Street with 6 people on average is not saving the planet. And so $12 million is 1.2 million trees we could plant in this city in the coming year. They could all be natives. So think how you spend it. Grown all you want. Think how you spend your money, but back it up with actual evidence and start saving the planet, not saving your virtues.
Sarah?
I'm still waiting for the evidence that bus lanes don't get people out of cars and things like that. And it's interesting both to see colleagues putting forward this as a project that will potentially be a great car facility in the future, and also gaslighting us on the emissions. And interestingly, it only takes 5 passengers on a bus for it to be more efficient than the same number of cars on the road. And so having 6 on the bus is a really good move. The bus that I catch into town in the mornings is chock-a-block full, standing room only on the 28, and that's been really good and increasing as well. But what is this report? This report is not a report on the overall bus network. It's not a report on mass rapid transit. It's not even a report on why bus lanes work. It's a report where the hearings panel was asked to make a recommendation on the design of the bus lanes that council had already decided to do. And that's what we're here to decide today. As a country, we have a climate target. As a city, we have a target. There are going to be vehicle kilometres travelled reduction targets for us as a city set by December this year. That's in the emissions reduction plan. That is likely to be, I would think, around 25% reduction in VKT by 2030. As a city, if we're going to get there, we need to give people good, reliable options so that they can get in. In Auckland currently, more people go over the Harbour Bridge in the mornings during the rush hour on a bus than they do in a car. And that's because the buses are really efficient, they're reliable, and there's a lot of them, they're really frequent. Mass rapid transit, absolutely, that needs to be in place, but it takes a long time. The planning, yes, way too slow, but it takes a long time to actually put that in place, and it's going to be billions. So for $12 million, getting people on buses connecting up these 2 sections is actually a really good deal. You cannot be both for climate action and keep telling people that you believe in the climate emergency and consistently find excuses to vote against measures to reduce emissions. Thank you.
Mike.
Thanks. I'll be supporting this. It's actually a very good initiative, and to link up Lincoln Road so it actually is complete is going to be hugely beneficial. Look, I think the reality is actually as a council, city council, and I believe the regional council, ECAN, we've let down public transport through lack of investment. And when you look at our long-term plan, we've got less than 7% of the transport budget goes into public transport. You know, that pretty much tells us why we struggle to get huge PT numbers. But I believe that actually with the PT futures that we have obviously approved and it will get implemented, we can change that around. But it's not just the bus routes and priority lanes, it's also the frequencies as well, and also the types of buses which will help reduce emission. And I think this term we've actually worked quite collaboratively with ECAN and have made a big step change in our direction where we want public transport to head. We've just seen Environment Canterbury reduce their fees, which is going to be huge. We saw with the government putting half price, the big uptake that had in patronage. This is the right thing to do, and it's always a shame when we come to things like public transport or cycling. We have the constant critics of that don't believe that they're actually going to create significant benefits to environments and people's way of life when we know they do. And it's a shame that when we have international experts say Christchurch is different to every other international city in the world. You know, we're not actually that unique, and it's actually really important to look at what evidence is around to take the best stuff and actually apply it here. You know, I don't take the bus often, but the few times I have, actually they have been busy, and it's been really impressive to actually go past cars that are parked, waiting in stationary queues because of congestions. And you do not solve congestion by building more roads. That's known. That just increases the amount of cars coming in, which will increase pollution, and everyone just gets into the same position. By actually giving people true alternative mode choice, that's how you actually start to move people around. And as a council, that's what we have been doing, and we'll see the benefits of that very, very shortly. And I think when you look at some of the existing bus lanes, we already do. So it's a shame we have the constant moaners about public transport. Maybe you should try riding it sometime. You'll see the benefits yourself when there's a priority lane.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? So Aaron against. That's carried. Thank you. Item 18, Central City Cycle Facilities Connection Safety Improvements Project, Armour Street. So there's a staff presentation on this one, as I understand it, and then we'll move into any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, okay, so this is one of the 20 projects that was put together to improve cycling accessibility around the CBD. This one in particular came out of a survey that showed that there was a significant safety issue with tram tracks and cyclists, and that this one piece of road was the largest contributing factor to that problem. So this project, albeit somewhat small, is to mitigate that safety risk. So that's effectively what I've just said, where it's on one side of the road, it's on the northern side of Armour Street. We've got a short section of off-road, and then the rest of it's on-road, and it just removes the major issue with cyclists being put parallel and been a lot of the instances have been where cars have squeezed a cyclist to the point where their wheels drop in. And once their wheels drop into the tram tracks, their history. I actually heard somebody in a cafe talking to somebody they hadn't seen for a while, and they were explaining why their arm was in a sling. And it was exactly that scenario. I felt like going up and saying, oh, we're going to fix that. But I sat there and quietly had my coffee. So this is where it is. Barry, do you want to talk to this?
Yeah, I can do. First thing I wanted to highlight is that the red lines, they're not tram lines, they're dimension lines, so that kind of misled us a little bit. So yeah, the facility begins at Rolleston Avenue, its western end, and is a off-road facility near the tram stop. And the scheme essentially creates a consistent cycle lane on the north side of Armagh between Rolleston Avenue and Durham Street. We're removing some of the parking spaces, 11 at one location and 1 further east. Now, where the single parking space is being removed, that is to facilitate cyclists being able to more comfortably approach the tram lines at a right angle, you might say, rather than at an acute angle, which puts them at greater risk of being in the tram line path as such. So as you can see on the photograph, the cyclist can now approach it much more safely and reconnect with the cycle lane approaching the signals at Durham Street. But it provides a much safer path for cyclists to take, and yeah, a continuous facility.
Hi again. So I did the consultation on this project. As you can see from here, we emailed 28 key stakeholders, and those ones there were included. We also delivered to, I didn't put the number up there, sorry, we delivered to about 60 properties on both sides of the road along the road, and also to number 69, which is that office block that we're going to remove the parking space. From the 60 leaflets that we delivered, we got 6 submissions via email. And as you can see up there, the residents were concerned for the loss of parking. They do have off-street parking, but they were more concerned about their visitors. And then we've got the other ones here. They supported it, the cycle lanes, but not necessarily on Armagh Street. And we had another submission wanting additional safety measures.
Okay. Okay, I guess the major point on there was that what did we do about it? We considered the items on the previous slide being the raised platform, the slow zone, the painted cycle lane, but the intent of this project is to actually get people away from the tram lines. So some of those things were not consistent with that goal. The parking removal, as per the parking policy, took priority over the other uses of that land. And it is really about just that shift across, give us the ability to move the cyclists away from it. It's Armagh Street's a natural desire line for people coming in off the unicycle cycleway. They can then use this route to go down and meet up with the promenade. From the promenade, they can go up Papanui parallel. They can go towards the city. They can get onto Worcester Street for the Rapanui route, and they can go further on south and meet up with the other major cycleways. So it's quite an important little linkage for people coming in on unicycle. So any questions?
All right, thank you. So are there any questions on this? So I've got Melanie and then Sam. Melanie.
For the car parking proposed to be removed, what's the length of time on those parking spaces at the moment? And
I recall they're paid 120 minute car parks.
okay, so people parking there wouldn't be parking there all day. There'll be cars that are moving in and out.
Yeah, for an hour or two, but they're certainly paid parking spots. Yeah.
Okay, I never park over there. Okay.
Thank you. Sam.
Thank you. So obviously 3.2.2 disadvantage the loss of 12 on-street car parks. I mean, flicking through the submissions, that was, as you pointed out, a theme. I was just trying to understand, with the initial proposal, how many car parks were proposed to remove? So was it 20 and we've had a compromise, or was it 12 and it's still 12?
That's 12 and it's still 12.
Okay, so how have we taken into account the submissions' views, the submitters' views?
By aligning those views with the council parking policy, which says that what we're doing here should take priority over parking.
Yes, sorry, I'm probably not clear. What I was saying was...
And we did our initial design looked to minimise the loss of parking anyway.
Yes, but if the theme is still that they're concerned about parking, so are we taking into account their views or just a policy, a council policy?
No, we took into account their views, but we couldn't achieve the goals of this project.
Right. So how did we take into account their views?
We didn't provide alternative parking opportunities specifically. It was just really the policy states that improving safety for vulnerable road users, particularly cyclists and pedestrians, takes a far higher priority than on-street parking.
But if we'd gone out and asked for community feedback and the theme is they're concerned about the loss of parking, are we saying we've sided with a policy, not with the submitters' views?
We're saying that we had minimised the parking loss in order to achieve a good result within the scope of the project.
Right,
And that in order to achieve that, we couldn't increase the parking.
Right, so what other changes were made as a result of submissions?
I don't think there were any. No, I don't believe there were any changes made. This was, what do you call them? This was an informed, not a consultation.
Yeah, it wasn't a formal consultation, as the residents down there didn't have influence over our project. It's a project that had to be done for safety. So for a safety project, we don't go out and say, do you support or do you not support this? We went out and said, this is the project that we're going to put down the street. Have we forgotten anything? Do we have to take anything into account before we come and put this project through?
That's what I'm trying to understand. So they obviously have said we need to take into account car parking, but we haven't made any changes to the proposal at all. I'm just trying to understand what the point of telling them was if we've changed nothing.
That's why minor safety programs that have a goal of safety, like this one, are done as an informed. So we're just looking for ways in which we could improve it, but not ways in which we could debate should we do it or not, because it's a safety project.
So what we've got in front of us is a set of officer recommendations which have been arrived at by looking at the policy, looking at the submissions and giving our staff's professional opinion by way of a recommendation. Obviously the political side of that, the balancing the tensions of the safety versus parking, that's our role.
Yeah, I'm just not clear though on why we would go and consult if actually we've made no changes. Like what's the staff time resource, the actually going out there and potentially raising expectations when in fact we've done nothing?
I think what I heard staff say was that they took the feedback into account, but it didn't result in any changes because they took the professional view that the policy was the guiding factor in a safety project. That doesn't mean that they didn't have any regard whatsoever to the submissions, but what it does mean is that the submissions didn't result in any change because of the role that the policy and the safety aspects of this project played.
So the policy's taken precedent over...
Not just the policy, we took each of those items, like the raised platforms, for example, and worked them against our goals and determined that the solution that had been put together by the technical staff was in fact the best solution, that they got it right first time, basically, and I didn't do it, so I can say they got it right first time.
Right.
And significant regard was had to policy is the other thing that comes for me through this very clearly. The policy, I mean, I think maybe to use Sam's words, I'm not sure, but the policy took precedent because of the safety aspects of this project, and that's the position that staff have taken us the right way forward.
Yeah, if you just comment, I mean, I certainly did reflect on what the feedback was and just revisit it just to check whether or not we could still deliver the safety benefits of this project by modifications to the parking restrictions. And on that examination, we couldn't deliver that safety benefit by changing the parking restriction.
So let's put the question a different way. In your considerations in making this recommendation, did you upweight the safety benefits of this project rather than upweighting the parking considerations that were raised in submissions?
That's correct.
Thank you. Moving on to the next question, I've got, so that was Melanie, Sam, Jake.
Go first, okay.
I'm sorry, yeah, no,
right.
I was just going through my list. So Jake, yeah, you go next.
Can I just clarify, if there was feedback from the consultation or the submissions that didn't compromise the underlying safety core critical elements of this proposal, would you have listened to it?
We'd listened to it all anyway, and we would have implemented anything that we could do.
That's great to hear. It's fantastic.
Anything further? Aaron, Phil, Yanni. Aaron.
So, a follow on from Jake's there. What's the distance between the tracks and the cars? Because this is for stopping people riding in the tracks and falling off, isn't it?
Distance between the tracks and the cars.
Sorry, you're looking for how much the cyclists are isolated from the tracks, or the cars are over
we're
the
taking
tracks?
out all the cars so the cyclists can move over further and not ride near the tracks. That's the point of this, so you don't get your wheel caught in the track and flip yourself. Yeah, and what's the distance?
So the question is, what's the distance between the track?
Okay, so then a follow on from Melanie's technical point there is once we get further down Armour Street past Cranmer Square and into the next block and then the next block right past Victoria Square, does the distance between the vehicles and the path change? Because it would appear on the Google Maps that Melanie so eloquently referred to as it would being exactly the same unless the map's adopted.
It's approximately 1 metre. I'd estimate approximately a metre separation.
Right. But then once they ride, I mean, because we'll need signage to tell them that you've been okay in this block, but the next block you're going back to what it used to be. So are they further out?
Oh, no, that's not true.
So are the tracks further out in the next 2 blocks?
Yeah, I think it's tapered. Talking about this section here?
Yeah, further on down.
Through the chair, can I just add that the staff did a survey to look at the key clash points, and I don't know whether they've covered that, but that's what informed this decision to come to this point and look at this point, and that's why they've come to that's why this report is coming to council today. So there's been a lot of pre-work done to look at the whole central city and the issues facing it, and the feedback from the surveys has come back, and this is a particular point of conflict for cyclists. That's why they're addressing this point on the whole network. Other points may come up in the future, but this is a point in time now that we're trying to address.
Yep.
Oh, so you're saying, Lynette, is people don't ride into the tracks in the other 2 blocks?
Saying the feedback we got through the survey highlighted this part of the network as an issue for cyclists, and it is also where we've had reported accidents. Correct, Clary?
Correct.
Yep.
But not further down, not in Latimer Square. Oh, sorry, not Latimer, Victoria Square.
Well, they didn't report it further down, or we haven't had reported accidents further down. This is where we have had reported accidents, and where we had a hotspot from feedback from users.
Right.
All right.
Phil had a question.
So I've got Phil and then Yanni. Phil.
So I just can't see it. It might be here. How many accidents have we had or reported that instigated this to happen? And how much are we going to dip out on the cost of 12 in revenue on the cost of 12 paid parking meters that are going to be removed, please?
Sorry, that survey information was in the original council report, and I don't have it with me today.
Right, oh, sorry, okay.
I'm sorry.
Are you sure they're paid parking meters down there?
Can I get an answer from, I need to just get an answer from staff if I can, please.
So I can't answer your question with regard to how many, but it was significant enough for this to be put forward as one of those 20 projects, and it was discussed at the time.
Okay.
That's not a good answer, I'm sorry, but I don't have that.
But it does come back to the first slide of your presentation, which is that this is about the implementation of a resolution that was passed some time ago around these issues in general across the central city.
Yes.
Yep. All right, further questions? So that was Phil. Yanni.
Thank you. I was just interested in given the feedback that we had, if we considered bringing forward the accessible city budget of 340,000 to address the concerns that were raised in the submissions, and also given that the time that we've invested in what's proposed.
I'm not aware of what is planned for alternative projects. So, no, there was somebody from planning here before, but they're not here now. We were given a brief and we've met that brief, and I'm sorry, but I cannot comment on what future plans might be for this area.
Cool. So it's
accessible city. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
This is not.
I don't think it.
This won't be exclusive anyway. It won't cause.
Right. No. It's we've got in 2930 and 3031 340,000, and it's for network transformation project to improve access to roads and footpaths. And so I just wondered, like, if we, like, it would seem sensible to do it at the same time, given how much this project's costing. It's about a quarter of what we, or a third of what we've got on budget. And given the feedback we've had from residents, it would seem that possibly the concerns that are being raised, the threshold treatments, making it more of a slower zone, would be something that we should consider. So I guess I'm just concerned that we'll spend the money now doing the cycling improvements, and then we'll come back in a few years' time and have another project to change it again. I know we've also got a project for Rolliston Ave as well, which is coming quite soon, to also improve this intersection. And I just wondered how that had been taken into account for this project.
So, Lynn, do you want to make a comment here?
So I just want to set a context for councillors. This is a very specific project of work which is specifically designed to address specific safety issues. The total quantum is relatively limited, and it has very defined benefits. There is a trade-off with a whole range of other things. Parking, with other projects that we could potentially do to improve the cycling environment in the city. What I would recommend to you is that you consider this project in that context and reach a very sensible decision, which really requires the trade-off between the safety benefits and the potential inconvenience, admittedly, for visitors of the residential part of this part of the city. We are not in a position to open up a whole range of other projects at the same time. This is a very specific proposal. I think the team has put to you the investigation that has occurred, and there is a very clear recommendation.
All right.
Right. So what percentage, sorry, just in terms of the submissions, what percentage were opposed and what percentage were in favour?
just to be clear, Sam said that before. They didn't ask that question, so we can't tell you that answer.
So from my reading, it's about three quarters against, about a quarter for.
It's from that's the feedback we received, but it's not.
All right, so sticking with questions, have you got further questions, Yanni?
Yeah, well, like, I guess there's a general question, like, if we're doing improvements for areas where we've already got budget on, even though it's a few years out, what's the process to align that work so that we do it at the same time? Because I appreciate what, the senior executive advice is, but it also, when we get the submissions from the people that we've got, and, if you look at the submissions, one's from Christ College, the maintenance
manager. So the question is...
So the question is, like, based on the submissions and the idea that people are concerned, what's the process for us to consider the other objectives we have for the same piece of street where we've got money on budget to address the concerns that people have raised?
Thank you. Lynette, is that something that you're wanting to answer? Is that something you're able to answer? That might be the better way of putting the question.
It's a better question. The process we would go through in those submissions is we would provide feedback to those submitters on what is coming and what we can do now and why we're doing it and what we would do in the future. Often when we get submissions, it's on a broader range of topics and not necessarily to do with the project that we're trying to achieve and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. So we've worked with our submitters to give them that feedback, let them know what's coming. As Lynn indicated just then, this is a specific project delivering outcomes on a specific safety issue, and we are looking to make sure we future-proof as much as possible. It isn't big implications for the network, and so future projects that are out 10 years will still be able to go ahead, and we will be looking to achieve that. What we do as far as aligning projects, we do that with you as staff to try and achieve that at the time of the annual plans and long-term plans where we can, given resources and deliverability issues.
All right, thank you. So now I've got questions from Mike and then Sarah. Mike.
Thank you. Just a quick question. But so the car parks between Park Terrace and Chester Street, they're not paid car parks. They're not metered. Yeah.
I do admit an error there. They're all day parking. Yep. It was the one near Quake City, which I was more.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
So that is a paid one.
May I just comment there in defence of Mr. Hayes? The person who did all of the work on this is extremely unwell at the moment, and so we had to bring Barry in to cover the questions, and that's.
That's fine. I'm just saying that so I can then go to another question. The question is, like, there's obviously around Cramner Square in that area, there's a number of, I guess, time-restricted car parks and all-day parking as well. I'm just wondering, and I guess it's slightly outside the scope, but do we need to actually have a look to make sure we've got the percentage right of time restricted that will enable people to have visitors and people to actually go to the square compared to all-day parking? So you probably can't answer that, but
I mean, the goal was to cater for cyclists going through that section 24/7. So we need to implement the no stopping to maintain that clear path all the time.
Yeah, it's not so. I guess it's not so much that area there. It's like when we say, right, we're going to need to remove these car parks for safety, which is fine. Do we have a look at just the surrounding area and saying, have we got the right mix of time restricted versus all day parking to actually serve the community that's living there? I'm just wondering if we take that into account when we actually do this type of decision making.
So does the removal of these car parks lead to a review of parking time limits on other car parks in the area?
Yes, so I'll be... Yeah, we're in discussion, I guess, with the area engineer for this particular area, who will be looking at the bigger picture in terms of parking availability. I'm also focused on the Kilmore Salisbury project, which is the parallel routes further north of here. And the parking restriction strategy will also be taken into account there. So that displacement will be part of the design considerations there.
So yes. Cool. All right. Thank you. Sarah. All right. So we're done with questions. It's always a dangerous question to ask. We've spent quite some time on this item. All right. So do I now have a mover for the recommendation?
Yeah,
Jake will move. Mike will second. Is there any discussion? Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, obviously, as part of the draft annual plan, the amendment to review the accessible city projects was ruled out of order. And now we have a very classic example where we're going to spend money in a stretch of the corridor that we've got $344,000 on to do, I guess, pedestrian and cycling enhancement. And yet we're going to be spending another 120K today with the majority, 66% roughly, of submitters concerned with what we're proposing, and no visibility in either the report or in the design of the future works. So I just think this is really, really inefficient. And I hope at some stage council can see fit, given the financial pressures that we're under, to start looking at the accessible city projects, the $188 million that we've got on budget, that we could look at getting better synergy around what we're trying to achieve by either using existing projects to achieve some of those outcomes, talking to our community about what we're trying to achieve and if it's still relevant, because even the accessible city plan doesn't have Armour Street as a place for cycling. And I think when you look at Armour Street, what's recognisable is that it's one of the few east-west streets still remaining in the central city, in the core. And so I'm really concerned about this proposal. I totally acknowledge the need to try and get a safer outcome, but I am swayed by the submissions that I've read that talk about the need to do more and concern that this actually doesn't go far enough to addressing the safety concerns. So I think, really the sensible thing to do would be to bring forward the accessible city work, the 344,000, if we wanted, and to come up with a coordinated approach to improving the safety in this area. But, I think it would be sad to approve what's been put forward when we've had a number of submitters raising concern, and also that really we've got a longer term solution that we're trying to achieve as a city that isn't being addressed through this work. That seems that it might be able to alleviate some of the concerns that submitters have raised. So I won't be supporting this today. I should also just point out that there is $5 million on budget for Rolleston Avenue as well. That intersection with the Armour Street Bridge, the tram tracks, the pedestrian crossings, that does need a real good consideration how to improve its safety. And so that's also my other concern with what we're proposing to do now, is that it doesn't give us the best outcome in terms of the long-term view. So I would support us doing having a look at this area in a much wider level and coming back with a better improvement. But I don't think what personally we're doing today is a good use of resource or money. And I think we need to be much more coordinated around what we're doing in regards to central city projects.
Thank you. All right. So, Aaron.
Yeah, it was interesting in the submission from Christ College that they pointed out that the majority of the accidents they see are actually at the corner. So as the people are coming around, they're turning, they're crossing across those tracks. So that is, and not along the stretch of the road. And going through there now and then you see how that happens. I agree with Yanni and the other submitters that have all said that they didn't want those car parks removed. I'm in favour of as much intensification in the inner city as possible, because that'll lower our carbon footprint. So I will not support this because it could put people off living in there, and I encourage as many to live there as possible. And you've got to ride next to the tram tracks further up. And I will say this, because I've done it myself, you only do it once. You only ride in them once on a skateboard, scooter or a bike.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like riding in sand, you only do it once.
Sarah.
Thanks for that. Today, this comes down to a couple of things. The first is that it's safety versus convenience. And we know that one of the key drivers for people deciding not to bike is risk and safety. And the unicycle route that comes down through Hagley Park captures a broad range of, Riccarton, Pendleton, all of those areas. There's over 7,000 rides over the counter at the Armagh Street end just in the last 7 days. It's a really, really highly used route. And then from there, people need access into town. It is clear in the Local Government Act, although frustrating at times, that we do need to engage with residents when things impact them and outside their house. But that isn't always necessarily raising expectations that everything will be done. It depends on the form of engagement that we do. To make it really clear, what's the cost of not doing this? The cost of not doing this is more people injured. And I take objection to Councillor Kewen framing this as a cyclist's problem, a cyclist issue with them riding into the tracks and you only do it once, those kind of things. It's really clear from this that with the lack of space available for people biking in this area, it is a really frequent occurrence that cars squish them off into the tram track area with no space available not to go onto the tram tracks. We haven't heard from the most impacted group, who are actually the cyclists. There are 7,000 in the last week over that counter in Armagh Street. We haven't heard from those that have ended up in hospital and the circumstances around those. And I'm sure that if we had, there would be a significant number of submissions in those. But the focus was more limited, and we need to acknowledge that. Yes, an email went out to one cycling organisation. It's clear that they didn't submit, they're a volunteer group. But what we didn't do was a broader engagement, and we needed to have done that, and the results will be different. Safety is the key driver for people biking. We need more people biking. You cannot both be in favour of climate action and in favour of car parking.
Melanie.
The main, well, I obviously support space for cyclists, but the main reason in this area I actually really am quite keen on removing those car parks is because one of the most dangerous events when you're a cyclist is when a car door opens on you and you clip the side, because I've done that myself and it's awful. And from my detailed analysis of Google Maps, you can see that if someone was to open a car door in that area, you would be in a tram track. I mean, you would be moving to the side if you could, and something dangerous could happen. And I think for me that makes it super clear that this is absolutely the right thing to do.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. I agree with Sarah, there's a lack of space down there. Now, when the tram tracks were put in, this is probably an unforeseen consequence, but if you look at the Google Maps picture that Melanie so nicely pointed out to us, there's actually, and it'll cost a little bit more, but there's enough room down there for everyone. If that curb was moved into that extremely wide berm around about 1 metre or 1.2 metres, move the cars across, there's then enough room for the cyclists to go in and everybody's happy, and you don't lose the much needed parking down there, because we're the first to say no one's, not so much here, no one's allowed to park off street anymore, in theory, if they follow the new rules, and now we're telling them they can't park on the road out in front of their house. So I think we should perhaps look at it and maybe go ahead and do this, but don't lose sight of moving that curb back to make enough room for everybody, because space is the problem. Thank you.
Mike.
Sounds very expensive, Phil. Firstly, it's up to developers whether they actually put in car parking in their residential developments. So that's a choice they make and a choice people make when they buy the houses. There's actually over 4,500 unmetered car parks within the central city. So we're talking 11 car parks here, which is tiny when we look at actually the total number, and removing that actually removes a safety issue where we know there is a hotspot where people are actually getting injured. For us not to do that, to vote against that, is completely abhorrent, and I would be shocked if people did not support that, based on the fact that we know that this is a safety issue and we have in front of us a solution that we can put in place now to actually stop the accidents that we know are happening. Thank you.
All right, so I'll put the motion. Jake, sorry, do you want to speak to
I'll
this?
close the debate.
Thank you, yeah.
Mover. Look, this is really simple. I think, as Sarah best said, this is purely an argument between convenience and safety, and for anyone to choose convenience over safety is shameful. It's banal, it's cynical, and inherently it's quite political. So happy to support this.
So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Right. Against? No. That's carried. All right.
Could be a time delay, but
yeah, can we have it recorded, please? If there's any doubt, let's have it recorded.
Those against?
So against, we've got Yanni, Sam, Phil, and Aaron. So calling for a division. So let's just go for a division. All right. So let's take the division.
Councillor Templeton? Aye. Councillor McLennan? Aye. Councillor MacDonald?
No.
Councillor Johansson? No. Councillor Galloway? That was an aye. Councillor Donovan?
Doesn't appear so.
Councillor Coker? Aye. Councillor Chen?
Yes.
The Mayor's advised that she'll be sitting back from this one.
Yep.
Councillor Scandrett?
Aye.
Councillor Major?
No.
Councillor Keogh?
no.
Councillor Goff is not here. Councillor Davidson?
Aye.
Councillor Cotter? Is that an aye?
Pauline, you're a yes, yep. Can't hear you.
Thumb?
Put your thumb up, Pauline, if you're voting for it. There we
Yes.
go.
Okay. We got
Had a
that.
feeling you would be.
The two?
Put your thumb up, Catherine, if you're voting for it.
Is there some difficulty with people hearing? Yes, Catherine's put her thumb up, so she's a yes.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for 1, 2, 3, 4 against.
Okay, so that's carried. Thank you. All right, so moving on to the next item. Item 19, private plan change 10, the Meadowlands exemplar. So if I can have staff to the table for that one, please. And if we can please focus on this item.
Andrew, I'm sorry to do this. Literally, Mike has just implied that I target harassing women around this.
Okay, can we...
But Sam, if you continually do it, you will get called out for doing it. If you want to be a misogynist like most of...
Can we move on to the next
people that are
item?
young
If there are
lads, that's
discussions
fine.
that need to be
Being
taken
harassed.
outside of the chamber, then let's do it. Can we please move on to the next item, which is item...
Can't be stopped.
Can we... Can we show respect to staff who are sitting at the table for the next item? Can we show respect for the meeting protocols? And can we please move on to the next item? Thank you. Item 10.
Guys, the chair's spoken.
Sorry, item 19. Private plan change 10. Meadowlands exemplar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks approval from Council of the recommendation of the Independent Commissioner who has considered evidence and a submission on the private plan change, which seeks the removal of what's called an exemplar overlay over an undeveloped area of land in North Horswell to the south of Henderson's Road. The recommendation of the planning officer for council recommended approval of the request for the private plan change. And so the Commissioner's recommendation aligns with that. Just some brief context. The Meadowlands exemplar has policies and rules on the district plan that were first identified in the land use recovery plan. It was seen as an exemplar to demonstrate the best practice with regards to high quality design, affordable housing and energy efficiency. It's required a comprehensive approach to planning and design of the subdivision. So what's been required has been a developer to not only plan out the subdivision and apply for that through the consent process, but also to demonstrate or present what the design of the individual houses would be. That's added a level of complexity for both council in processing consent applications and for the applicant, and has given rise to numerous variations to consents being required to reflect the individual preferences of home buyers. And through the consenting process, the original outcomes that were sought for the land haven't been achieved in the adjoining area, which is also subject to the exemplar. And so hence it's recommended the exemplar be removed for part of the land that hasn't been developed, whilst retaining it for that area that has been developed. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, so let's move to questions. Are there any questions on this? Phil?
What's the purple bit on the plan? Sorry. I know the bit you're talking about, but right next to it, it's the purple bit with CC written on it.
Oh, that's a commercial zone, which has been identified for a large new commercial centre.
Is that what I'd term the Woolworths bit?
And the adjoining land, yes.
Right, okay. No, that's fine. No, good stuff.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Yanni, do you have a question?
Oh, is anyone doing a high-level review of the exemplars around why they haven't worked? Or I know we've got an audit process for consenting, but in terms of district planning, is there any sort of review into how this apparently seems to have gone so wrong?
So the land use recovery plan identified a number of potential sites or areas for exemplar housing. Only one was introduced into the district plan. So the review of the effectiveness of the exemplar has in fact occurred through this private plan change process by staff, and reflects an obligation council has to review the effectiveness of its district plan on an ongoing basis. This area, whilst the overlay is proposed to be removed for an undeveloped area, the exemplar is retained for that area that has been developed. The effectiveness of other areas identified in the originally in the land use recovery plan, the fact that they didn't subsequently get progressed is a sign that they were not deemed to be effective, but I can't comment on the background to why they were not progressed. But in essence, they weren't subsequently implemented through the district plan.
So would this land have been rezoned for development if it wasn't an exemplar?
Yes, most certainly. It was identified as a priority area for greenfield growth back in the Southwest Area Plan and subsequently through the regional policy statement, and has long been identified for growth and will subsequently be rezoned to medium density as part of Plan Change 14, which will enable 3 houses per property up to 3 stories.
Right. And just the final question from me is, this has no impact on allowing the massive commercial development that's separate than the exemplar? That's already been consented through a different process?
There's still, that's for a separate consent process. This land adjoins that commercial centre, but the development of this land doesn't preclude the commercial development happening in advance or in parallel with that.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so this is moved by Jimmy and seconded by Phil. Is there any discussion? Mike?
Just quickly, I'm not going to be supporting this. I'll abstain. I just, there's something I think fundamentally wrong when we bring these private plan changes that have gone through a hearings panel with a commissioner, and basically we're having to rubber stamp these things. We are actually, I think, more of a subjective decision maker, based on a lot of our values as well. Where this has obviously gone through an objective decision making process. I won't vote against it, but I will be abstaining.
Thank you. All right, so I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Noting Mike's abstention. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Request to the Minister for Environment for an extension of time, item 20. Is there any introductory comment from staff on this paper?
Yes, since we put in the report, I've contacted all the submitters on this plan change and checked that they're okay with us extending the time. Of the 9 submitters, I had answers all in support from 7 of them, and 2 didn't respond despite several emails. I've also talked to the MFE and got guidance that suggests that we need to bulk out the letter that was put in the appendix. And we just want you to know that we haven't put this on ice. We're working as hard as possible to get this done as quickly as possible, and we do have consultants working on it at the moment to get our technical information up to where we need it.
Great, thank you. Yanni, you've got a question.
Thanks. Would this take into account shipping container yards, where we've seen massive amounts of shipping containers being stacked adjacent to highways, railways?
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So this rule is in the operative plan and is subject to a plan change. It relates to activities that are more sensitive to noise, so residential, education, health facilities that occupants are at risk of being in a receiving environment that's noisier than the wider surrounds, and the scope doesn't extend to shipping containers. It's limited to the activities I've described and requires installation of the buildings that those uses occur in to manage the effects on health and safety, but also avoid complaints.
So just so I'm clear, so people that are there first will potentially be required to do certain things because of activities that have established.
So the rule only, like a lot of things in the district plan, the rules are forward looking, so it applies to new development, alterations and additions to existing buildings, but not retrospectively to existing buildings.
Do you have like a planning map of the areas that are impacted?
It applies to
the district plan, is it?
The district plan. We can share maps, but it applies to state highways, all major arterial roads, all collector roads. So,
so what I'm trying to kind of understand is, like, if you have a state highway, how far is the setback that
it's
would be
100
covered?
metres. At the moment, it's 80 metres, and we want to extend it to 100.
Right.
It is already there. There are already rules for noise-sensitive activities. We're just changing them slightly to make them easier to use.
So in effect, any building proposed within that buffer, I'll call it, is subject to the rule.
Right. And is there anything going on for the types of activities that are being allowed to establish? You know, in terms of these corridors adjacent to residential or sensitive activities. Like, is anything looking at the people that are creating the nuisance being, you know, having controls or?
So this rule only relates to noise from vehicles and trains.
Oh, okay.
Not from other sources of noise, which are managed through other rules in the plan.
Okay.
That issue it has been raised by submitters, so it will likely be discussed at the hearing.
Right.
So this is just seeking the extension of time. So there are a number of matters that are substantive to the decision itself. But this paper is about the extension of time. So I'd rather keep the questions just to the extension of time matter if we can.
Sure. I guess I was just interested too in understanding around our strategy and district plan work program, because obviously we haven't met the timing. And, you know, I just don't have any sense of what the plan changes are that we're working on, what resources are required. I mean, I know we've raised ones like trees, for example.
So the question is, does this extension of time impact on other work that we're doing, and if so, how?
Yeah, or do we need to put greater level of resource into our program to achieve the program?
Yep.
On that, we're proposing a memo is prepared and circulated to elected members setting out what our current program of work is and what the future program is, where we can also supplement that with a briefing. One of the reasons for this plan change being delayed and the extension sought is in light of the government's direction around intensification. We have had to focus our resources on that, and implementation of that direction, which will come to you in the fullness of time before August to notify. There's also been other priorities which have, and in addition to that, there's been impacts on our capacity to deliver the work, so we've had to prioritise matters of reflecting what our statutory requirements are. Right. This plan change is still going to be advanced as quickly as we can, and potentially within the 2 years, so it may be that this extension isn't, even if granted, would not be utilised, but we will continue work on this, recognising it's been through a formal process of submissions, and really the next step is a hearing, so it's already late in the process.
Sorry, just one final question from me. I don't know how many people have seen the research that's come out around air quality from roads and impact on people's quality of life and well-being. And so I noticed when you answered one of the questions, you said some of the submitters have raised a certain concern around the types of activities, I presume, like who takes responsibility for the implications of what's happening. But are we able just to get a sense of the scope? Like, I know because you're in a hearing process, but I guess I was just interested in getting a bit more of an understanding about where the scope might extend to and what opportunities may exist to address
Not air quality, it's simply sound, it's
right.
Noise.
Yeah, but I think one of the answers to the questions, you said some of the submitters had raised the point around requirements on
dealing with the people who are producing the noise, being the people who then deal with it rather than putting it onto homeowners.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
There was one submission on that.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, I'm happy to move this. Is there a seconder? Sam will second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. That's carried. All right, now we're at 10 to 1. Our next natural item would be item 21. We've got Vivian here. Yeah, we might just move to this item 24, amendments to delegations, which is largely procedural, and get that done before lunch. So, Vivian, your timing was perfect, actually. So we'll deal with item 24 next, the amendments to delegations. This is a largely procedural paper. Was there anything that you wanted to comment before we move into any questions?
No, it really just picks up on a recent realignment in the resources group. So the CFO title runs with the General Manager Resources, so that just needed to be clarified, and the Head of Financial Management is now the Head of Finance. So that was that. Then there's just the water services delegations from the bylaws being passed last month that came into force beginning of the month. So we just need some staff delegations for that to issue permits, and that's for like connections to our infrastructure and whatnot. And then there was just one miscellaneous delegation about authority and instruction forms that we use for land dealings, and that just needed to be tidied up because some of the regulations have changed.
Great, thank you. So Sam will move, Tim will second. I'm assuming there were no questions on this. All right, any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, is Leah available for the insurance one?
She's just online now. Yes.
All right, yeah. So item 23, the amendments to the Insurance Committee's Terms of Reference and Insurance Delegations. So if we've got Leah online, is she there?
Just coming.
Just coming, Leah, thank you. Item 23, have you got any introductory remarks to make on this paper?
Yeah, look, all it is just getting us through in the next few months. The key with this is that we don't actually expect anything significant to be happening, but it just allows us with no finance and performance, but having the insurance subcommittee allowing us to carry on through until the election.
Yeah, in the unlikely event that this delegation is needed.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on this? All right, so I'm happy to move this. Tim's happy to second. Oh, maybe somebody else should move it, actually. So, Tim, you're happy to move. Sarah's happy to second. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, and what we might do, that leaves us 4 items on the open agenda, all of which are likely to take more than 5 minutes. So what we might do is break for lunch now, come back at 2 o'clock. We've got the 4 open items, and then we'll deal with the public excluded agenda after that. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 2. Thank you. Next item is item 21, the Building Consenting Unit report for March, April and May. We've got a number of people. So we've got Catherine, Leanne, Melanie, Anne, Pauline and Yanni all online. Yep, actually, well, I just got confirmation that they're all here, so yep. All right, great, thank you. So, item 21, Building Consenting Unit report. So, welcome to the table. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to present to the council today. I'm acting for Robert Wright, who's away on leave, so forgive me as I work through the PowerPoint. The first slide, do I click through, do I, or you click it? Next slide then, thanks. So I just thought I'd try and paint a picture to start with of the challenges that we've had over the last year or 18 months. So that graph sort of represents the number of building consents that we have received since January 2019 up until the end of May this year. And so you'll sort of see there that we bumble along quite nicely through to from January 19 through to March 21, where things really start ramping up, and we ended up in a situation where we essentially had what I would call a tsunami of building consents land on our tables, and that presented a number of challenges to us as a team. We'd gone through sort of a year of COVID lockdowns and assumed that the numbers would obviously go the other way. They didn't. They went up quite substantially. And you can see there at the peak, sort of March 22 this year, we hit basically double the number of building consents we would typically be able to cope with and deal with. The issue there was we struggled to find adequate resources across the country to be able to help us process those consents. I think, as mentioned before, the whole country sort of faced a similar challenge in the building consent environment, where the numbers, look not too dissimilar, and all the available resource was just exhausted. On top of that, we faced some challenges around recruitment and retention, where we've had a number of staff leave our business seeking the bright lights of private consultancy, and left us with some big gaps. So sort of over the last year, and particularly last 6 months, we've been working hard to clear that backlog, and I'll talk to some of the initiatives we've got around that as we go through these slides. Has anyone got any questions on that one? No. Next slide.
Jimmy, you've got a question?
This one vertical is hours, working hours or household.
So maybe if we could go just back, sorry. So the key on the left there, the left-hand side numbers are the number of building consents.
Yes.
And the key on the right-hand side are the hours that we associate with processing the work under those building consents.
Let's accumulate.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this next slide we're presenting here primarily residential consents, because that was where the bulk of the consent applications came in. And we divide that up by complexity of work. So Res 1 is typically your sort of group home builder, cookie cutter type construction, right through to your Res 3 work, which for us has been significantly around multi-unit consent applications. So that's your multi-unit developments that you're seeing, crowd the city lots at the moment, and they're inherently more complex just because they might involve engineering specialists, fire specialists, geotechnical specialists. So they take a lot longer and are generally, a little bit more expensive as well in terms of consenting. So that sort of gives you a bit of a representation on the different complexities of work. So that also added to the issue around, not only was it a tsunami of consents, it was a tsunami of more significantly difficult consents to process. Next slide. This graph here sort of represents, again, the increased number of building consents, accepted versus processed. And I'm not sure if you can see that clearly on that screen, the different colours. And forgive me, I'm colourblind, so the further away it gets, the harder it gets to see. Sorry? No. And the black line basically represents what we measure against our regulatory KPIs. So that's, across the Building Act, we're required to issue building consents within 20 working days. And that line, as you can see, where we really hit the skids there in March 21 with that work, took a dive because we just couldn't keep up and process those consents. So we hit our all-time low sort of October, November last year, and that's really when we were able to get, a bit of extra resourcing. We did some procurement around different contracts and contracting, and you can see there's a steady improvement going through into May this year, which is this reporting period. And I'm happy to say for the month of June, I know which will be reported later, we're still on the upward projection there of improving. So that gives you a bit of a flavour of the issues that we were working through there. Some of the new initiatives, I thought I'd try and focus on the positive things that we're working through and some of the successes we've had. Just to give you a bit of an idea around recruitment. Over that period, we've brought in 39 staff into the business. It's not a simple process for us to recruit. We're required to have specific qualifications and competencies. So we've been very lucky, even though it's been a difficult recruitment market, we've actually been able to get some pretty competent and qualified staff, but they still require a degree of onboarding and training and supervision that goes with that. So that does take time. A bit of improvement there in our performance is a result of these people coming online in a more competent space. One of the other things we were doing prior to this tsunami was we had been helping a number of other BCAs around the country with some of the available resourcing we had, particularly our neighbours. We were supporting Waimakariri and Selwyn District, and over on the West Coast, and a little bit of work for Auckland Council as well. So the first thing we did is turned all of that off and put our own resources back where we required those. The unfortunate thing was I was really hoping we might get a return favour from those people that we'd supported in light of our tsunami, but they were in the same position as us, so we weren't able to get much back from them at that time. We are currently offering overtime hours to our staff upstairs. We're doing up to 10 hours of overtime a week at the moment, and there's a pretty good uptake of that, but people are getting tired. You can only sustain that for so long, so we're really mindful about the wellbeing aspect of looking after staff in that space. One of the really big things we put a big focus on, and you guys might have seen that, was around the increased communication. So we have a regular weekly update now on our current statuses of building consents online on our website. We update that every Monday. And we also have a number of people in the team who are regularly contacting applicants about where their building consent is in our process. And that provides us opportunity in that space to hear about any issues they might be having. People have different pressures, be it financial or health issues. So we kind of are triaging through that process those applications that need a little bit more support or focus on time. So that's been a big area. Tied to that same communication has been working closely with the group home builders and the multi-unit developers that are in the city. And you guys know a number of those names, I won't mention them. And a big focus around that for them was about the quality of their applications. So we often get people just throwing things at us and hope that it would sort of stick. It just clogs up the system even further by us having to go back and ask for further information through our request for further information system. And everything just slows down again. So we've had a good focus on working with them and their design teams to make sure that they're getting good quality, complete applications through the door. And that's slowly improving, but it's always a work in progress, I have to say. I've been doing this for 17 years, and that's always been the common theme with builders and developers is just, take a little bit more time and care and you'll get a better outcome in terms of, council processes. Talked a little bit earlier about the prioritisation of residential consent. So that was through our communication, just looking to see while there's a queue, are there people in that queue that have a greater need than others for different reasons, and trying to accommodate those where we can. You'll appreciate we can't always do that. It would be nice if we didn't have a queue and we didn't have people waiting, but we're trying to, provide a service there that does allow some of those people to move a bit more quickly through that queue. We get a few complaints around that, but we try and manage that the best way we can at the moment with the resourcing we've got. The next slide, if I could please. So one of the other really good initiatives we brought in, I actually led this piece of work myself. We looked at procuring some remote online software to be able to do building inspections via technology. So the system's called Zite. It basically only requires the builder or the agent on site to have a cell phone and an internet connection, and we're able to have competent, qualified staff sitting in the office here, remoting in on site to do rechecks and particular types of inspections, which are typically focused on the lower risk inspections. So, for example, we wouldn't do a final building inspection via Zite, but we might do a recheck of one item as a site inspection, and that saves a great deal of time having to send someone, driving out to Diamond Harbour or somewhere to do a final inspection on looking at one outstanding item. The other really good thing about it is we've also been able to bring our contractors into that space. So while we've got contracts around the country, logistically getting them to do on-site inspections here in Christchurch is difficult and expensive. So we've been able to set them up with Zite. So we've had a number of Auckland inspectors, as an example, doing Zite inspections for us, and also some people in Tauranga doing inspections there as well for us. So I'm sort of pleased to say today that our inspection timeframes, which didn't look too different from our processing timeframes, have come right back down into our KPI, which is to deliver an inspection within 3 business days of the request of the inspection. So that's been a huge success for us, and we will keep further exploring how we can use that tool to provide other efficiencies within the team. I talked a bit earlier about engaging external contractors. That's been a heck of a challenge. We've used a lot of the relationships we've formed over the years with different organisations to put a bit of pressure on to get them to come in and give us a bit of support, and that's paid off in recent weeks and months, where we now have about 9 contractors around the country. There's quite a few of them here in Christchurch, but there's a few in other areas who are now able to come into our system and process building consents for us. And that's made a huge difference, in terms of being able to reduce the wait times for your building consent. We have an exemptions team. Those that have been around since the earthquake days will recall there was a lot of work that was done via exemption. As the work has slowed down for the exemptions area, we've upskilled those staff and been able to do some of our more minor and lower risk building consent applications. A good example of that would be, this time of year is our busy solid fuel heater season. Everyone's trying to put their log burners in and get warm for winter. We didn't want to slow that process down, so we pulled that queue a little bit different, and we've got a number of staff now just focused purely on just delivering those solid fuel heater applications, so people can get their log burners in. The last one there is a relatively new one. In fact, we're almost at the end of the first power week that we've had. So this is a reasonably new initiative where the Res 3 work I talked about earlier, so that's our higher risk stuff, our multi-unit stuff. We've taken all of our competent officers and contractors in that space, and we've disconnected them from all council communication and disruption, whether that meant they work from home or we've locked them in a small windowless room somewhere, and they're just powering through the Res 3 work to try and reduce the backlog in that space to get on top of that. We can't sustain that every week for obvious reasons. We want to make sure we keep in communication with our customers. So we're just going to try and work through what this week has been able to deliver and the benefits of. And if there's success in that, then we will continue with the power week, but we'll have to have a schedule or something that will allow that to be sustained and not, putting backlogs in other areas. So we might have an update for you maybe at the next meeting around how that looks. But Yeah, that's I think that's my last slide. Is there another slide after that?
All right,
No,
so do you
that's
want to move
so
to
questions, perhaps?
Yeah, move to questions on this one now. Sam.
Hey, thank you. That was a really useful presentation.
Thank you.
I think it helped explain some of the things. The first one was, it looked like we had, was it 39 or 36 new staff?
39, yeah.
Yeah. Is that net, or is that 30? Like, how many have left?
So we that's an increase on probably about 20 across the processing space that have moved on, and it includes inspections as well. So it's not just processing.
So I guess, like, for anyone watching, it's sort of, we got 20 more staff in that department than we had before.
Yeah, no, sorry, it would be 20 left and 39 replaced. Probably around 19 or so. Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really good. The other one was around. Again, just trying to understand, like we've talked, and I get there are the, sort of the rules we've got to follow. Is there anything that we can do, or is there any stream of work saying, are there processes or issues that aren't adding value to consenting that actually we can remove in order to kind of speed these up? That would be the next one.
Oh, how much freedom have I got to talk about that?
Well,
Jane?
I mean, that's we kind of want to get things through the gate,
Yeah.
and I guess it's a barrier, but also are we looking at trying to understand, like, in terms of the risk framework? Are there areas
think
we don't need to concentrate on?
I mean, we're a regulator. We're governed by our accredited systems that we get checked by IANZ, for example, every 2 years. So there are things we simply can't get away from.
Yep.
But there are no doubt opportunities within our current systems to look for improvement. We have some projects underway with that and looking at technology changes.
Right.
I mean, Zeit is one example of that.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably more meaning the rules themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, the big risk for the council is if we don't follow the rules, we always risk losing our accreditation, and we've been there before.
Yep.
So we are audited, and that's a yearly,
every 2 years.
two-yearly audit. And so we have to cross our T's and dot our I's.
Yeah.
And that's the reality of the environment we're working in.
Yeah.
We're also really aware that there are always going to be risks if we take too many shortcuts. We know that, liability around some of the buildings are quite huge risk for the council. So the team, which is why we have the systems we have and the suitably qualified people, the team is very aware of those risks, and we know that council is usually the last person standing if something goes wrong with a build.
I get that.
So it's the team is actually a really innovative team. I meet with them monthly. They are really innovative, and Robert. He's this pretty smart cookie, and he does like thinking outside the square. We've got the likes of Mark, who again, is bringing some really good innovations. Trying to play around the rules is probably not a place that we would want to go.
Sorry if you misinterpreted. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, are there barriers to the rules we currently have that?
Can we change the policy to make it easier for you?
No, it's. Yeah, in terms of the Building Act and how the Building Act works, it's fairly black and white. I think that the shades of grey and where we all struggle with is the more complex the project, the more shades of grey around the Building Act and different standards and building codes and the interpretations between designers and what we might be looking at in terms of compliance. There's always a bit of a debate and healthy discussion around that. I think that the challenge probably for us in that space at the moment is that complexity shift. When you're dealing with large sites with multi-unit developments with lots of claddings and different junctions, they're high risk. Prior to coming here, I spent 10 years with Auckland Council dealing with leaky building litigation. So, I come to that with my team with that hat on, looking at it going, I don't want to give this city a legacy issue of leaky buildings by shortcutting and allowing people to do things quickly and cheaply. So there is a balance there. If you ask me that question, I don't have an easy answer there for you. I don't see one thing.
I would just make a comment though that MB is very aware of the pressures around the country, and they are rebuilding their own team within MB that looks after the regulations. And so we do have a good relationship with them, and as their new people come on, I think they're deliberately choosing people to join that team that actually is probably looking to do exactly what you're sort of saying, having a really good look at what the regulations are requiring us to do, and really testing whether they're actually fit for purpose.
Right. So do we ever do that kind of assessment of ourselves?
In terms of
like, I mean, how many people would be in the consenting departments across the place?
Oh, at Christchurch City at the moment is about 177.
Yeah,
in
so it's
that
a
unit.
good team.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Is there a feeding up mechanism where they go?
Oh, absolutely.
Where they actually go, actually, this doesn't make sense. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, so within our business and part of what is our IANZ accreditation requirement is we have a process around continuous improvement. So that system is the success of our business, and it's open to every staff member on the floor. So someone could be typing away on an application or form and think, no one ever uses this box, or this box is no longer relevant, or perhaps there's bigger changes to the Act or interpretations around the code. And so we have a process where anybody can submit a CIR, and we review those every 2 weeks.
Oh, right.
And
okay.
some
and
of those...
You get them?
Yeah, and look, some of them are big. Some of them are huge. I mean, one of the ones we haven't been able to satisfy is, one of the first ones we received was around developing a Wikipedia of building consent information and advice. I mean, we just don't have time or resource to do that. But it's sort of, we didn't want to shut any idea down. We wanted to be able to capture every idea that someone had and work through the benefits, or, is it a project? Is it something we can just immediately change or fix? Well, those are the sorts of things that come out of our continuous improvement.
Okay, and just one more if it's okay. Or probably two.
Yeah.
So we do that with the internal staff.
Yes.
Do we do that with the industry?
Yeah.
So do they feedback challenges?
So Robert meets, and we have regular forums that we meet with external, customers, and they're sort of broken up into often industry bodies. So might be Engineering New Zealand, Institute of Designers, Architects, Master Builders, Certified Builders. I mean, it's a hard audience to target because it's so broad, but we do meet with major MB's, another big one too that we meet with regularly.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get to, and I don't know, I don't want to generate more work, but I'd really like to see, with all the feedback that's coming in from internally and externally, what tangible changes have been made to speed things up. And I know you've got the initiatives and stuff, but I'd just like to see, and I don't know whether it's a memo or something that can come back, just explaining, if we've heard from the industry about barriers, how we have amended that.
Yes, yeah, I certainly can take that away. There's a number of things we could write up around that.
Cool. Yeah. And just the only other one, and that's it, is you mentioned about sort of business as usual staff going back to the other departments. Is there any value in keeping them to help speed up the consenting? Like,
Well, I think some of those things, like you talk about the exemptions change of the team there, perhaps.
No, I think it was a slide or two back which said, unless I misinterpreted it, said we were sending people back, reducing support for other.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So sort of, I guess, very quickly, our business model here prior to COVID had always been we would retain a certain level of staffing resource for most of our BAU work, and whenever we had a bit of a dip in that, we would be able to insource work from other BCAs or organisations that needed help. And ideally, the other part of that equation was then to also have the ability to outsource that work. And that outsourcing is what really nailed us. It dried up. We didn't have contracts with people. They had abandoned us, if you like, to chase other work.
Right.
So we lost that ability. We've got that ability back. We're very lucky to have been able to procure some of that resource. And I think we'll just be able to maintain and manage that model.
While it's still, and we're still not quite hitting
we're
the
not,
target.
no.
So I guess what I'm getting
we won't be turning that
is,
bit back on until we've got ourselves back under control.
Yeah, but also, are there more people in the organisation that can? The way I've read that, and maybe I've misunderstood it, was that we've sort of redeployed the staff we brought in to help out from around the council.
So perhaps an example of that would be we have a large engineering team in the business, the structural, geotech, and fire engineers. There are other structural, fire, geotech engineers around council in different departments. So at the moment, for example, where one of our engineers is helping out Three Waters in the approvals process of how you get a water connection to your property through building consent. So it looks like we've sent resource that way, but the reason we've sent resource that way is they don't have enough to be able to do the approvals that we need to make the decisions for the building consent.
Right.
So we're hoping, while they're recruiting at the moment for another water engineer, we'll keep that person there because they're able to make those decisions for us, even though they belong to our unit.
Okay, but in terms of like admin support, because I know at the time we talked about how we'd bring in just admin support and the like to make the qualified people using
more
the time as
efficient
efficiently as possible. Is that still the case?
Yes, we have, and we've just actually this week asked for a bit of additional support with temp agencies for administration.
Perfect. No, that's great. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So I've got Tim and then Phil. So Tim, questions?
The questions that Sam asked with regards to getting the what is perceived by what is the roadblocks, if you want, for developers and for those building consents. But in that list, it'd be really good to know, also include what we are required to do. So, for instance, a builder might say, oh, this is a pain in the ass because it just slows us up, but it will be a requirement by MB that we have to follow. So it'd be good for those frequently asked questions that are hold up which are beyond our control. Because this is what totally screwed us after the earthquake when we lost our accreditation and brought in a statutory manager. There's more regulation in this area than anything else, really. So, but it'd be good for everybody to understand that.
Yep. Thanks, Tim.
Phil.
Thank you very much. A great report. Really, really good. One sort of example that I can sort of think of, a guy I know is putting a swimming pool in, gets a building consent. But you guys have to, because of where it was situated in Ireland, you have to send it to the airport, to international airport, for them to have another crack at it, which seems to take another raft of complexity. Is it our rule that we have to do that, or is it a...
I've never heard of that, to be fair. I mean, that isn't likely to be a building consent issue.
It's a resource consenting issue.
Next person.
Yeah.
Right, so hold that question till the next report. Are there any further questions on this report? All right, so Jimmy, you got something, yeah.
A little bit confused. Before, probably I was unaware. No? So building concern, the department only focus on residential area.
No, residential and commercial.
If commercial, but today no any commercial number in here.
Yeah.
I didn't see any commercial.
My primary role is the commercial manager, so that's my team. The commercial work we haven't reported on, and I can if you're interested in it. It's in our 024 report as part of your agenda.
Okay, yes.
But the KPIs are generally pretty consistent and okay for commercial projects in the city at the moment.
Yes.
We run them as almost two separate departments, but within those two departments there is the ability to share resource. Yeah. So in fact, some of the available technical staff that we've had and commercial team have actually been supporting the residential processing.
Okay, that's good. But how about community, the building? It's also part of commercial or not? Community building, community. Facility or building, etc.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, like the new Metro
Maybe
Sports
resources.
that's been built.
Resource. Okay.
That's a building.
That's a different. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's clarify.
All right, so we've got... So Phil moves, I'll second, to receive the information. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So then moving on to the next report, which is the planning consents report for resource consents for March, April and May. Item 22. Welcome to the table. So these are reports that normally, of course, would have come to the committee, which are now coming to council. So we've got a presentation here as well. So all yours. Thank you.
Yes, there's a report which we'll take as read, and really we've got a presentation that's focused on the timeframes and backlogs to do with resource consenting at the moment. So we'll just get into that. So next slide, please. So this is just a bit of context around the application numbers we're receiving at the moment, and you would have seen what building consents are receiving, and we're not that dissimilar. And you'll see this is an annual number, and you'll see, as you know, this year that we've had the highest numbers ever recorded. So this is a record year for Christchurch, which is good in a way. It shows there's a lot of development that's going on, but it's created an issue for us in terms of keeping on top of the workloads. What we've also seen is an increased complexity, particularly with the multi-unit development. And they're more difficult to process for us, but we also get tied up in a lot of neighbour issues with those developments as well, so that takes us a lot of time to deal with. And then I've just noted that we've had this external environment going on where we've had high staff turnover, so a lot of people going to MFE. MFE have increased their Christchurch office from what I recall 2 or 3 people in Christchurch to about 70 people now. So they've had to get a lot of those people from the local sort of planning community in Christchurch, some of them from Christchurch City Council. And then, of course, we've had COVID as well. So we've seen increased sickness, which reduces our capacity to process consents. And something you see in the numbers, you can see our numbers are quite lumpy, so they're not consistent year to year. They're up one year, down the next. So we resource to a sort of a certain level, and then we rely on consultant capacity to process the overflow. But what we've experienced this time, and it's quite unique, and it was different to what happened after the earthquakes as well, that there's been pretty much no consultant availability, so we haven't been able to call on that. So that's been a real problem for us, where we would have normally had quite a lot going out to them. We've had low numbers going out to them until recently. So next slide, and I'll hand over to Paul for the next slide.
Cheers. Well, obviously all that means some applications aren't being processed on time. For the year ending at the end of May, 76% of applications were processed within statutory timeframes. So that's 24% out of time. A lot of that has been felt in the latter half of the financial year. So we were doing quite well last year leading into Christmas, and then gradually this year our turnaround of applications is slowed. So for the month of May, 60% of applications were processed within statutory timeframes. That largely came down to quite a rush of applications before the Christmas holidays, and those numbers continued to climb, particularly in February and March, which I think were our biggest months of the last 12 months for applications lodged. Next slide.
So what have we been doing to get on top of the backlog? We've had lots of sessions trying to plan what we can do to get onto the backlog, because we're conscious the delays have major impact on our customers. So we really want to get onto top of that as quickly as possible. So just note some of the things that we've been doing: recruitment, consultants where we can, overtime for staff, and streamlining processes. So we're trying to shift to a risk management approach for processing. So we're spending less time on the simple applications and more time on the complex applications where that time is needed. Another thing that we've done recently is, particularly in the subdivision space, so we've created a subdivisions focused team, and we're trying to really get on top of the subdivision process, because there's a few more parts to the process, a few more moving parts to that process. So we're dedicating a bit of extra resource and effort. We're also employed more people, because recruitment's been difficult at the planning level because there's been competition for planners. So we've started to employ planning technicians who aren't qualified planners, but if we can get smart people on board, they can do things like 223s, 224s for subdivisions, and a lot of that sort of supportive technical administrative work, which is quite helpful to the overall process. We've been prioritising applications where we can. There's some quite difficult circumstances out there for people, so we've been taking that on board and trying to sort of address them when we can. Even Paul and I have been processing the odd application where people are desperate. And as a result of what we're doing, we're not seeing complaints as high as what we'd expect with our compliance of the timeframes. I noted there the annual survey has been was up to 76%, which was actually a 6% increase in customer satisfaction. And then with every application, we send out a pulse survey with that application decision, and applicants can lodge it back. And I'm just saying there, for the last 3 months, it's been 100% satisfaction for all those surveys that have been returned. It's not a high number, but people do have that opportunity to give us that feedback, and that's what's come back. One area that we've put a lot of effort into is increasing communication with applicants. So their expectations are being managed around when they might get their decision and various steps along the process. So we think that's helped a lot as well. Next slide.
Okay, so when will we get back on top of the backlog? Well, we're starting to see signs of improvement now. A major coup in recent weeks is that we've managed to get a consultancy on board to process 240 applications over a 12-week period, which will make a significant difference. Applications are still relatively, quite high compared to other years, but they are starting to slow down slightly. So we're now starting to get to a situation where we're processing more than we're receiving, and we've largely done that under the steam of our own staff. So the consultants, any consultant capacity that's added into that is going to make a really big difference. The recruitment market is starting to improve. We've been able to employ a few more people in recent months to backfill spaces, and that's been quite promising. And I guess we're starting to see some gradual improvements now, and we're expecting, probably by the end of this year, early next year, to be substantively on top of the problem.
That's the end of the presentation. So we're happy to take questions.
All right. So once again, let's move to any questions, if indeed there are any. Phil.
Yeah, the one I asked before.
Yeah.
Do we have to send resource consent to the airport as part of the law, so to speak, or is it one of our rules?
It's one of the rules in the district plan that says written approval has to be obtained by from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
What we've been doing in recent times, we've been meeting with the airport, trying to narrow down
what they want to
what rule breaches they want to see and what applications they want to see. So we've got a practice note now that starts to detail the various types of applications, because the way the rule is worded, it captures a whole lot. And for example, a swimming pool, it's not something the airport want to see or need to see. So we're narrowing down the applications that they get, even though the district plan says it's a legal obligation to get written approval from them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got implicit written approval from them for certain rule breaches.
Okay, so just sort of following on from what Sam was asking before, to Mark, is there anything we can do to change it so it makes it easier for you? Don't have to tell me now, but I'm just going forward.
Plan change is the obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
We've done worked with the airport and done what we can within the rules,
mm-hmm.
and I think that's made a significant improvement to having to liaise with the airport over issues that don't need to be liaised with them over.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, it's a change to the district plan.
Okay, and sorry, one other, Andrew. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you are doing a building site and you take away more than 10 cubic metres of material need a resource consent to take it away, if 99% of the subdivision work of the new builds that you're getting are on subdivisions that have been cleaned within an inch of their life of contamination, they've all got ticks. If we raise that to 50 cubic metres, would that save a lot of work for you?
Yes, it would, and it is something that we're talking to our district plan team around as well.
Great.
So it is. We agree with you. There are some earthworks that are triggering for quite low amounts, and they don't need to, particularly on the flat.
Absolutely.
So yes, we're on the same page there.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
When are we next looking at district plan changes within these? Because those two seem that obvious that we can put up and change. It would be logical
Yeah.
to. One would have no problem. The other one, I believe, wouldn't either.
Yeah, so Mark Stevenson was talking to you before, and he mentioned that we were intending to bring a sort of plan change priority list to you at some stage, and that will be an opportunity because there's a lot of things,
Yep.
and we can only do so many of them. So,
Like.
but there's only capacity and budget to do so much. So we have to prioritise what we're going to do in terms of district plan changes. So Mark will be bringing that list to you, and we can have a good discussion about what are the priorities.
So on that list, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd imagine that, for instance, the swimming pool one would be so straightforward that you'd kind of slide in without any problem.
It's not, well,
no,
it goes through a public process, and the airport could have a view on that. So there will be some work required there.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I think they agree with us on certain things, but it might be an opportunity to look at other things as well.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, no further questions? So Sam will move and Phil will second.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against?
Okay.
That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So that now brings us to item 25, the draft submission on the exposure draft of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. So have we got Mark Stevenson here for this one?
I know he's on his way. He'll be here very soon.
Very good. What we're intending doing is putting a smaller group of people together. Let me just get the recommendation in front of us. So delegates Councillor Cotter and named councillors. So we need to put the named councillors in here. Names that were in...
So these are the names.
Oh, sorry, we've got it down here. So Cotter, Templeton, Davidson, Johansson, Galloway, Coker and Major. Is there anybody in that list who doesn't want to be there? Everybody's happy to be there? Okay, so Sam's moving, Aaron is seconding. There was no new information from staff on this?
No, just that the draft submission is in preparation and will be circulated, and I can briefly outline the themes of the MPS and some of the early submission points if it would help, but recognise...
I think we're good. We can take the paper as read. We're delegating to a smaller group. That smaller group can work on the detail, and obviously you'll run a process to get something that's able to be submitted by the 21st of July.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So we're comfortable with the names there, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 33, the draft submission on the Water Services Entities Bill. Again, have we got staff? Oh, here we go. Perfectly on cue. That's good. So again, we've got a smaller group that we're delegating to, the Mayor and Councillors Cotter, MacDonald and Major. All right, that's fine. Is there any commentary on this one?
No, not particularly. The report speaks to itself. We're simply, with the timeframes that we have and the availability of council meetings between now and 22 July, we need a smaller group for staff to work with to be able to complete and submit this submission. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we had a briefing earlier in the week on this anyway, and some of the points that were of interest in the briefing are referenced in Resolution 2 in particular. We're comfortable with the names that we're putting in the smaller group to delegate. All right, so I'm happy to move this one then. Aaron, you'll second. Okay. Nobody's indicating questions. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we've got item 26, the Mayor's monthly report. So we're receiving the information in the report.
Would you like me to move it, Andrew? Sorry, I can't signal. I haven't got my...
No, that's all right. Yeah, we would love you to move it, Leanne. Was there any comment that you wanted to make at the same time?
Well, I just wondered whether it was an opportunity just to reflect on the issues around Takapunaki Reserve and the next steps for having it, recognised nationally. And I think that Councillor Johansson raised some issues the other day when we had a brief discussion about it, about getting a sort of a process map for obtaining national recognition for the site. And so I just wondered if that could be added as a recommendation that staff prepare a process map on establishing Takapunaki Reserve as a national. I don't know what the correct phrase is, but to have it nationally recognised.
Yeah. So request staff to prepare a process map on the
and that can just be a briefing note to councillors, and we can discuss it from there in a future report.
National Reserve status.
Yeah, I think Yanni raised another option as well. So just to have it nationally recognised.
Yeah. All right. So what we've got here, I'll just read this back to you, Leanne. I don't know whether this is what you said or not. Request staff to prepare a process map on the Takapunaki Reserve National Reserve status process.
Well,
what we're going to do.
Well, I wouldn't call it a process map. No, maybe.
Report on the process.
Maybe just prepare a briefing note on
the process.
No, don't worry about the process note, because if you're going to use the word process at the end, then sounds silly. So sorry, I should have thought about it before.
Maybe it's request.
My brain is.
How about request staff to prepare a briefing note on the process to achieve National Reserve status for Takapunaki Reserve? Does that work?
Yeah, and any other appropriate national recognition.
Yeah. So request staff to prepare a briefing note on the process to achieve National Reserve status for Takapunaki Reserve and any other national status.
National recognition.
Yeah.
National recognition.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's right now. Request staff to prepare a briefing note on the process to achieve National Reserve status for Takapunaki Reserve and any other national recognition.
Yeah.
Yep, that picks it up. All right, excellent. Thank you very much. So, Leanne, you've moved this. I'm happy to second it. Tim, you've got a question.
Yeah, I'd be uncomfortable with that. There has to be something in there about making sure that we are discussing with Anuku Runanga.
I think we can expect that would be picked up within that piece of work, given the previous conversation about that and the approach to co-governance.
I just would be more comfortable if it was in there somewhere, because if you look at the misgivings or whatever, I think
even if it just says in cooperation with.
Yeah,
in association with.
In collaboration with Anuku.
Collaboration with, yeah.
Yeah.
In partnership with Anuku.
In partnership, yeah.
In partnership with Anuku.
Yeah.
I should explain to councillors that I have written to the Minister to, state that any such national status must have Onuku Marae, they must have the runanga at the table as for co-governance. It's so and she is looking into that for me.
Yep. So we've just added the words in partnership with Anuku Runanga. That's great. That picks that up. That's good. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so this has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we now are resolving to exclude the public. So I'm happy to move the resolution to exclude the public. Tim will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And we'll just